that the modern, wildfire ecology research. That is the best example. And through that example, we can go through that, the topic and its essence. So I believe the participants, those who are coming to take part in this, technical session, definitely they will have to discuss a lot in details in the technical sessions, and they will definitely discuss the key areas of the integration, because integration is most important now, because we are talking about the the traditional knowledge one side, and another side is a scientific insight. So what kind of integrations in between is that traditional that knowledge and scientific insight, that is the most important. So I think that it may be that agriculture, it may be food system, agriculture and food system, water resource management, and then biodiversity, conservation, and then the climate adaptations, and many more things we have. So we have to go through. We have to definitely explore new knowledge, new understanding. It is not just only the ritual that we are organizing a seminar, but definitely when we are assembled to think something, definitely we must try to explore the new knowledge and new understanding. And people of the contemporary world, what they believe that no, only exploring knowledge is not enough. It is not enough. We have to construct somewhere the knowledge, because it's concerned with the indigenous knowledge. Somehow from our own locality, in everyday life or everyday working life, somehow we have to go through our life sciences and the lifestyles, and definitely through our activities, somewhere we have to explore some of understanding of the knowledge, which can help us to make our society better. So, ladies and gentlemen, definitely I believe that in technical sessions they will have to discuss a lot in details, but at the same time, what I feel that we must conscious about different challenges in integrations. We have to discuss about the challenges also, because despite it, you see the promise or integrations, you see it faces the many more the barriers, obstacles, stumbling blocks. So it may have documentation gap, that is also problems. Sometimes somewhere when we have to go through the institutional documentations, we have to think that no, we know we have no proper documentation. So it may be also problem. So I believe that participants in the technical session, they will have to discuss about the documentation gap also. So they will have to discuss about the misinterpretation. That is also one kind of the challenges. So it may be the misinterpretation. So anyway, I should not take much time. Finally, I just wish to say that sustainable development cannot be achieved through technology alone. Everybody, we are realizing, we always thing, and we realize that it requires a what is called a balanced synthesis of the both traditional knowledge and scientific approach. When integrated thoughtfully, definitely they create a powerful framework for addressing the concern issue. So I believe the seminar will help our new participants, new scholars to explore some of the new understandings about the integrations in between scientific insight and traditional knowledge. I appreciate and I express my heartfelt gratitude to our guests. That they will give their understanding. They share their understanding, and participants will make a very acceptable academic atmosphere, which will definitely create a academic excitement among us. Thank you. I formally declare that seminar is inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking inaugural address. Your words have set the perfect tone for this international academic gathering. A warm welcome is the foundation of every successful academic event. May I now invite Professor Subhasis Sharma, President, Jagannath Barooah University Teachers Unit, to deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. Good morning, one and all present here. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jagannath Barooah University, Professor Jyoti Prasad IQAC. The Chief Guest, respected Padma Shri Jadhav Payeng. The Guest of Honor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Assam Women's University, Professor Jagannath Barooah Raskor. Respected Registrar, Jagannath Barooah University, Dr. Jyoti Mahanta. The respected deans, faculty members, participants of the conference coming from different parts of India, and participants joining this conference virtually, the research scholars, respected resource persons, and all the students and research scholars gathered here for this two-day conference on sustainable development, integrating traditional knowledge and emerging scientific insights with special reference to Northeast India. I feel honored and privileged to welcome you all to this historic institute of higher education, Jagannath Barooah University, the erstwhile Jagannath Barooah College, which is on the brink of celebrating its century-old glorious existence. Started by a few visionary leaders who dreamed of transforming this institute to a university in the due course. It was founded only with the intermediate classes in 1930. This public-funded college was affiliated to Calcutta University. Its affiliation was brought under Guwahati University in 1948, when this first university of the state came into being. The interesting fact is that the founder leadership of Guwahati University, particularly the founding Vice Chancellor, famous Orientalist Krishnakanta Hendik, and Registrar Fanidar Doctor, had the distinction of providing stewardship to this historic institute from 1930 to 1948. After the establishment of Dibrugarh University, it changed its affiliation to this university. In the first decade of this millennium, the UGC recognized JB College as the center of potential excellence. And in 2016, it was conferred the status of autonomous college. In recognition of its continued service of providing quality education to its large catchment area from its inception, the government of Assam has decided to upgrade it to a university. And to this effect, the Jagannath Barooah University Act saw the light of formal notification in the Assam Gazette in December 2023. The university became operational as its first Vice Chancellor, Professor Jyoti Prasad Paikia, joined in August 2025. With this, the dream of the founding fathers of Jagannath Barooah College became a reality. The university is now offering altogether 19 UG programs, 2 professional UG programs, 13 PG programs, PhD programs in many departments, and many more programs are in the pipeline. One of the prime objectives of teachers' unit of this historic institute is making significant contribution to the cause of academic excellence. And for this purpose, organization of academic session, seminar, conference, symposium, talk program, etc. However, organization of an international conference by the unit is its first venture of this kind. Today, It's like a dream come true for the unit. Even I am not an expert on the subject, yet I must say that development has been imperative, but not at the cost of humanity and the future of the world. And that is why the visionary thinkers always think in terms of sustainable development, that is without compromising the ability of development of our future generation. Integrating traditional knowledge and scientific insights, which are never dichotomous, will constitute an interesting aspect of today's deliberation. The Vedas and Upanishads, which constitute the core part of the Indian wisdom, and in many traditional practices of various ethnic groups, indigenous groups, the communities, including the ones in the Northeast India, find a reflection of our concern for Mother Earth, environment, flora and fauna, and in fact every creature on Earth. Even I apologize for showing the audacity of chanting 2 or 3 slokas from Vedas, because before a learned scholars from Sanskrit were sitting before me. Atharva Veda's famous hymn that Mata Bhumi Putraham Prithivya. The meaning is Earth is my mother and I am her son, is the finest expression of the core message of sustainable development. In Isha Upanishad, it is said that Isabhaisamidam Sharbam Yat Kinsat Jagatam Jagattena Tyaktena Bhujitama Griha Kashya Siddhana. Meaning, everything in this universe is pervaded by the divine. Therefore, enjoy resources with detachment and moderation, without greed, knowing that nothing belongs exclusively to one single person. The spirit of this sloka is perhaps behind the famous American Indian proverbs that we do not inherit the art from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. I wish that the deliberation in all academic sessions to follow it will make remarkable contribution to the body of knowledge. And the conference as a whole will unfold not only new knowledge, but also pave the way for integrating traditional knowledge and scientific insights with the collective effort for making this world a beautiful planet, wherein all will survive and develop in accordance with their potential. I again take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this two-day conference. I also take this opportunity to express sincere thanks to all the collaborators and sponsors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious welcome address and for outlining about our esteemed institution as well as the objective of this important conference. It is now my distinct honor to invite our guest of honor. Before I invite Madam to address the gathering, may I request Dr. Saba Anis to briefly introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Jagannath Barooah, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Assam University.
Good morning. It's my privilege to introduce before you Professor Jagannath Barooah, who actually needs no introduction, being a renowned face both in academia and administration. He is the Vice Chancellor of Assam Women's University since September 2021, and under her able guidance and leadership, the university has achieved new heights in women's education in the state. Prior to joining the Assam Women's University, she served as a professor in the Department of Commerce, Dibrugarh University, coupled with holding key leadership positions as Dean, School of Commerce, and Management Sciences, and also the chairperson of Center for Management Studies in Dibrugarh University. Her areas of specialization include accounting and taxation, entrepreneurship, and general management. Her, her academic excellence has been recognized in the form of being nominated in several committees of prestigious organizations like the University Grants Commission, NAC, and UNESCO. Dr. Rajkaur has authored over 90 research publications, guided 30 PhD scholars, and 23 MPhil scholars. She has also contributed to several national and international research projects in techno-economic modeling, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. She has also authored a number of books and visited prestigious institutions like Louisiana State University, Stanford University, the University of Texas, University of Toronto, to name one. And firmly believe that under your able leadership and guidance, ma'am, that the education of the state in general and women's education in particular in this part of the country will scale new milestones in the coming days. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Savanis, for the gracious introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure and profound respect, may I now invite Professor Rajkaur Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Assam University, to deliver her address. Ma'am, the podium now.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here, and namaskar to one and all. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of JB University, with dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, the deans of the university, other invited guests, the patrons, and others present here, especially the faculty members and the unit president is here, right? And then the other stakeholders of JB University, and most importantly, the participants. At the outset, please accept greetings from Assam Women's University, which is the only women university in the entire Northeast and one amongst the 18 women universities in India. When I received this invitation, I was very overwhelmed because, as usual, we are invited to several institutions, several places, but this is the in thing. In today's scenario, this is the in thing where we have to look for sustainability. And in looking for sustainability, we have to see whether we are going to survive as a human race or whether we are going to tag with that technology parts, which we may rename as human technological race. But it is not the rat race. It is the race that will help us understand the very definition of sustainable development goals. And in this context, I feel that we have to see what we have as ingenuity and skills that will be taken, whether these have been taken into consideration in different presentations that are likely to come up in the technical sessions. Dear colleagues, as we are all teachers or administrators, we always find that there is need for understanding the Sustainable Development Goals, especially 5, 6, 7, 8. If I'm not wrong, that can be corrected too. Because in all these Sustainable Development Goals, we have to see to what extent we are really keeping track of it and to what extent we want to build a beautiful world where the environment is a concern for us, where we are always looking out for different happenings that are taking place. It is the resultant factor of environment. So I believe that we have to pray. Even in the Rig Veda, it has stated that it is the environment that we have to pray. And this environment matters a lot. It is not because I have been taking environmental accounting in the Department of Commerce to Dibrugarh University, but I feel that there is a need for aligning not only with NEP 2020, but aligning with environment, and that speaks volumes. So friends, if you look to the Facebook CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, he's always experimenting different experiences. And because of the orientation that he has made, he has come to the conclusion that there was a convergence of physical, virtual, and augmented reality. And this conversion is the start of technology that took place long back. It was not recognized in 1992 through the very important, TV serial, which we call as the Snow Crash in 1992, where there was the convergence of these three parts. That is the physical reality, virtual reality, and the extended reality. Just to keep you updated, I have recently been involved in bringing out a book, and Imagine has given free publication, where I have stated extended reality and higher education. Seeing a beautiful place here, a beautiful conference hall here, I want to take the example of a Padma Shri Pangin. And I want to say that Jagannath Barooah has made a lot of contribution in this regard. But what I want to emphasize is that can we bring a little bit of technology? Can we integrate a little bit of technology to what he has done? And in this context, I was thinking that if we have an immersive center or a immersive cuboid, therein our students can see and feel what they really want to do in research or in writing a paper, so it will be very helpful. I understand JB University is quite affluent in comparison to our university, and you will explore the possibilities of building an immersive center. And in that immersive center, we will have the physical reality, we'll be experiencing the physical reality, which we are doing now. And then we will go to Malai Forest and we will ask our students, you think that there are no trees here? He has got Padma Shri for the afforestation, which he has done. He is so very judiciously and religiously. But now we will take our students and we'll ask them, just visualize. There are no trees, all sand and sand across. That is our physical reality. But then when they go to the virtual reality, they will think, what plans do they have behind? What ideas do they have behind? And how to really mark the ideation, bring about certain changes. So in that ideation, if I would have been with the students, I would take a virtual place where there are forests and forests and forests to come up long time, and which has taken long time. But then this long time is the word that we have to capitalize and exploit it to our own advantage. And then we go to the extended reality, where we no longer say that we are in the global village. Nowadays we say we are in the global drawing room. So here, sitting here, we take the global conference room of JB University, and we find that in the extended reality, the avatars can be installed. We all know that we are putting up avatars in our DP, WhatsApp DP, and therein we say that this is my face, but somewhat unlike to what I have. And it makes a picture. So I would like to factor in the avatars so that these avatars are customized to what I really want to do. And these avatars will try to find out their ways out in the extended reality. Because in that case, you'll be able to talk with the people who are across the globe, and you will be able to find out what you really want. So these conversions, when we saw from Facebook point of view, it was in 1992. But then after a decade or so, we have been able to put up things like immersive center or immersive conference room, whatsoever we term it. My point of view is that when we go for the pilot project, we always want to see that things bring idea, and with the help of the idea, we have been able to put up things in a place, in a platter, so that we can make proper analysis. And this proper analysis will bring about the metaverse. Because this data needs to be merged with the three realities, and we find that we can bring about metaverse to some extent. And when we say metaverse, we also use the coin. It has been also coined the universities as metaverse university, metaverse city. But metaverse city has a different meaning. If you have visited Houston, I personally have seen, and I have been to US 7 times only because of the presence. I'm not trying to glorify myself, but then the point is that if you can collect the international project, you can do a lot of work outside the country too. But you have to come back to India and contribute to what you have. So in Houston, there is a city college, and now named as the Community Houston College. That college has adopted the immersive center. And in India, we find in MIT International as well as in Assam University. So we have to take long steps to find out what we really want to do and how technology can really help us in going ahead. This is one point of my view with regard to sustainability, because we have to sustain, and in sustainability, we have to see that this really comes true and effective through our various orientation and discussions which are likely to take place in the conference these 2 days. The other thing which I feel is that agriculture, a lot of technology has been given in agriculture, innovative ways of doing, because agriculture is a culture itself, but then we need the culture to bring about changes in agriculture, where we are trying to put in the technology factor again, but we should at the same time complement the ingenuity and the skills which our farmers have, which the agricultural community has. Because unless and until we take into cognizance the the skills or the ingenuity of our people, we will lose a lot of things. We will forget at times that these are the things actually required. So I would urge upon the community out here, the student community and the participants out here, that we have to explore the possibilities of bringing change in the environment, but at the same time, that will not be sustainable development unless and until we find that we have been able to give us support to that so that things move up in a converged way. This is my humble submission to the August gathering. Can we think about determining the skills, or can we think about the machines that are being used for developing the different activities under agriculture? I therefore agriculture because this is the intent of a country like India. We say it's a developing country, but then at the same time, I see that there is need for understanding very humanly, otherwise we'll be lost in this era of technology. And we do not want to dismantle neither sustainability nor technology, but we want to gain benefit from what we have done and how we are to proceed. Dear friends, we have to see that the need is to have some digital activities, and I was glad when I went through the Google pages, I saw your former principal, Dr. Mohanto, already involved in a digital activity, and he was being honored by common person. So I told him in the morning today that you have already taken up the digital activities. He said, I am not aware of. So I showed him the photograph, because this initiation is very important. And the divide between the genders is a big gap. And that gap has to be reduced if we are really look out for sustainability. So I feel the changes have to come. We have to accept the changes for good, and we have to realize that we cannot waste time. Just sheer wastes of time, energy, and money will not do. But we have to put our heads together, and we have to solve so many of our, challenges, which I would not refer as constraints. These are all our challenges. The only thing we can do is that we can these challenges we have to convert into opportunities. So the other point which I want to submit to the August gathering out here is that whatever work we do, let it be in an integrated way, and let us understand that this is an era where we will not think about going vertically, because as so long we go vertically, that will get into our head. What is required on our part is that we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate with our peers for better understanding of things. And also we have to see that this collaboration is possible when we try to slice the norms and we try to build up a society where the human resource development can take place to the truest extent. So friends, the aircraft has made that sound. It's flying low, there is technology. So friends, I think the conference will also look out the possibilities as to what message we can give to the airport authority as to the sounds that are recurring again and again. So the convergence is always required. I can go on and on, but then I have to take leave of you because there are things to happen at Assam Women's University, Women's University, and I invite each one of you to our university just to have a flair of our institution. And at the same time, we look forward to learn from JB University, a lot of activities and a lot of things to do together. With this hope, I wrap up my speech and I wish you all the best. Please keep track with technology. Elon Musk has come up because not of SpaceX, but then when I was in US at that time, he was trying with the, the capsule where you from San Francisco you go to the San Francisco downtown, and it was a speed of like 0.25 minutes, and in 0.25 minutes, which we can say in seconds also, 30 seconds, you will reach from Cupertino in San Francisco to San Francisco downtown. But then that did not work out because people feared. They said that within 30 seconds, how it is possible when it covers a distance of 3 hours. So he also had to face certain, challenges. But then you see his e-card. First, it was not running because of what? Because there were no, gas or electric, pump sets. But then later on, I think last year he has done that and it is running very smoothly across the globe. So things have to change. We take our resolution today that we are the winners in the near future. And I wish all the best to JB University. And I look forward that what we can do together. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, madam, for your inspiring words. It has enriched our understanding of sustainable development and the vital role of higher education. Our chief guest today hardly needs an introduction. Popularly known as the forest man of India, he has transformed barren landscapes into thriving forests through extraordinary dedication and perseverance. His life itself is a powerful lesson in environmental conservation and sustainable living. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence. May I request you to kindly address the gathering.
নমস্কাৰ জগন্নাথ বৰুৱা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয় আৰু শিক্ষকবৃন্দ বিভিন্ন প্ৰান্তৰ পৰা অহা গণ্যমান্য ব্যক্তিসকল মোৰ শ্ৰদ্ধা বিশেষকৈ আচলতে মই যিবোৰ কাম কৰিছো ধৰ্ম ৰাজনীতি অৰ্থনীতি আমাৰ এটাই ওপৰত প্ৰকৃতি সেইদৰে ৰাজনীতি অৰ্থনীতি ধৰ্মনীতি আধাৰত মই প্ৰকৃতিৰ কাম কৰিছো বেলেগ ধৰণৰ কাম কৰা নাই মই যি বুজি পাইছো ধৰিত্ৰীয়ে পানী লগা জ্বৰ হৈছে যেতিয়া সম্পূৰ্ণ জ্বৰ হ'ব পৃথিৱীৰ পৰা প্ৰাণী জগত বিদায় মাগিব লাগিব সেই অৱস্থালৈ আহিছে আজি আমি ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ আজি টেকনলজি চাইণ্টিফিকেল হৈছে কোনে শিকাইছিল আমাৰ ধৰ্মগুৰু শ্ৰীমন্ত শংকৰদেৱে শিকাইছিল তেতিয়া শংকৰদেৱৰ যিটো ভাৱধাৰা আমালৈ যিবোৰ অৱদান দি থৈ গৈছে, তেওঁ গছৰ তলতে টেকনলজি, সায়েন্স এণ্ড টেকনলজি শিকাইছে আমাক। কিন্তু আমি তাক আঁকোৱালি লোৱাত বহু পলম হৈ গৈছে। হোৱাৰ ফলত আজি পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্য হেৰাই গৈছে। আমাৰ সেই সময়ৰ ধৰ্মগুৰু যিমানেই নহওক, যীশুখ্ৰীষ্টই হওক, হৰজন্মমতেই নহওক, বুদ্ধদেৱেই নহওক, তেওঁলোকে প্ৰকৃতিৰ অৱদানে আমাক সায়েন্স এণ্ড টেকনলজি শিকাইছিল, কিন্তু আমি অপমান কৰিছো। আজি কবিৰে বিশ্ববাসীক সোঁৱৰাই দিছে, বাপেক মৰিলেও চুব নোৱাৰে, মাক মৰিলেও চুব নোৱাৰে। তেওঁলোকৰতো চাৰ্টিফিকেট নাছিল, তেওঁলোকৰ কি আছিল? তেওঁলোকৰ মানৱ সম্পদ কৰিবলৈ জ্ঞানৰ যিটো বিকাশ, সেইটো দিয়াৰ কাৰণে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বই আঁকোৱালি লৈছিল, কিন্তু আমি তেওঁলোকক এতিয়া অপমান কৰিছো। আজি কবিৰে বিশ্ববাসীক সোঁৱৰাই দিছে। সেইকাৰণে আজি আমাৰ এই গৌৰৱৰ বিষয়, শংকৰদেৱ ইংলেণ্ডত থাকিলেও, লণ্ডনত থাকিলেও, শংকৰদেৱৰ বৃন্দাবন ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি চাইণ্টিফিকেল হয়নে নহয়, চায়েন্সৰ যুক্ত হয়নে নহয়, সেই সময়ত শংকৰদেৱে এইটো আৱিষ্কাৰ কৰিছিল। আজি ইংলেণ্ডৰ মানুহবোৰ দূৰদৰ্শীৰ কাৰণে তেওঁক আতুম টুকুৰাই কৰি ৰাখিছিল। কিয় ভাৰত চৰকাৰে, অসম চৰকাৰে সেই বৃন্দাবন ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি ইয়াত ৰাখিব নোৱাৰে? শংকৰদেৱ অকল অসমৰ গুৰু নহয়, ভাৰতৰ গুৰু নহয়, সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বৰ গুৰু আছিল। সেইকাৰণে আতুম টুকুৰাই কৰি ৰাখিছে। দুখ বেদনা লাগে, সেইকাৰণে লাগে, বহু দূৰৰ পৰা চাবলৈ দিয়ে, ওচৰলৈ যাবলৈ নিদিয়ে। আমাৰ এই গুৰুজনৰ বৃন্দাবন ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি আমি নিজৰ দেশৰ উৎপাদিত হৈ ইংলেণ্ডত থাকি আমি তাক ওচৰৰ পৰা চাব নোৱাৰো, চুব নোৱাৰো, কম ডাঙৰ কথা নে? আমাৰ তেনেকুৱাবোৰ ধৰ্মগুৰু ইয়াতেই জন্ম হৈছিল। যাই নহওক, মই যিটো কাম কৰিছো সেইটো বহু হিষ্ট্ৰিকেল এৰিয়া। ভাৰতৰ অন্তিমখন যুদ্ধ, অসমৰ শেষ পৰাজয়, ব্ৰিটিছ আৰু মানৰ তয়াময়া ৰণ, মোৰ যিখন এতিয়া হাবি আছে, তাতে মগৰ সুঁতি নামৰ ঠাইত, তাতে 1826 খ্ৰীষ্টাব্দৰ 24 ফেব্ৰুৱাৰী ব্ৰিটিছ আৰু মানৰ তয়াময়া ৰণ লাগিছিল। আৰু সেইদিনাখনে আমাৰ উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চল, বৰ্তমান এতিয়া উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চল হ'ল, তেতিয়া এটা অসময় আছিল, সেইদিনা ব্ৰিটিছৰ অধীনলৈ গৈছিল। ভাৰতবৰ্ষত ব্ৰিটিছে 200 বছৰ ৰাজত্ব কৰিছিল, কিন্তু উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলত 125 বছৰ মোৰ তাতে জন্ম। মই দেখিছিলো সৰুতে যে ব্ৰিটিছৰ দিনৰ জাহাজ ঘাট ঢাকা হৈ কলিকতা হৈ বস্তু অনা নিয়া কৰে, আৰু ককিলামুখ বৰগোবত উঠাই, আৰু উজনি অসমৰ প্ৰথম ৰেল ষ্টেচন যোৰহাট JPR-টো আছিল, তাতে বস্তুবোৰ ৰাখে, আৰু আপাৰ আছামটো ডিষ্ট্ৰিবিউচন। দুৰ্ভাগ্যবশতঃ 1965 চনৰ পৰা 1970 চনৰ ভিতৰত 10 কিলোমিটাৰ খোৱাই লৈ গৈছিল। সেই আমাৰ গাঁও জাহাজ ঘাট, মগৰ খুঁটি, ৰেলৱে লাইন, আৰু যোৱাৰ বিনিময়ত মই আহিছিলো, আমাৰ ঘৰটো গ'ল মাজুলী ফুলনিলৈ, মই আহিলো যোৰহাট জজ কোৰ্টৰ পেছকাৰ অনিল বৰঠাকুৰৰ ঘৰত থাকি দিছৈকাক বামুণ গাঁও 90 নং বালিগাঁও প্ৰাথমিক বিদ্যালয় 3য় মান শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা পঢ়িছিলো। য'ত পঢ়িছিলে এগৰাকী বিজ্ঞানী আছিল, কৃষি বিজ্ঞানী হলেও বুটানিকেলৰ আছিল। আমাক 3য় শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা শিকাইছিল, গছ পুলি ৰুলেই নহব, গছ পুলি ৰুই প্ৰতিপালন কৰি ডাঙৰ দীঘল কৰা, গছৰ গুণাগুণ, গছৰ নাম জানিব লাগে, হাতে কামে কৰি। তেতিয়া আৰু মোক পাণ পুলি ৰুবলৈ দিয়ে। পাণ পুলিটো চবৰ হাতত নহয়, আগত ডাকৰ গোচন আছে, একে আহিনে ধান, 3 খাওনে পাণ, 3টা খাওনলে ছিঙি খাব পাৰে। মোৰতো উল্টা হৈ গৈছিল, যে একেটা খাওনতে ছিঙি খাব পৰাৰ কাৰণে সেইজন বিজ্ঞানী এদিন স্কুললৈ যাওঁতে মাতিলে, তই এইফালে আছোন, তই হাতটো চা। তেতিয়া মোক কৈছিল, তই এইটো কামকে কৰিবি, এদিন পৃথিৱী আদৰ্শবান হবি, আৰু এইবোৰ কৰোঁতে চাবি কুকুৰে বকি থাকিব, হাতীয়ে ঘূৰি নাচায়, তোৰ কামটোহে তই কৰিবি। তেনেকুৱাবিলাক উৎসাহ উদ্দীপনা সৰু অৱস্থাৰ পৰা পাইছিলো। আৰু 79ত যেতিয়া প্ৰলয়ংকৰী বানপানী হল, তেতিয়া সেই 10 কিলোমিটাৰ ঠাই দমদমীয়া বালিত তেতিয়া ৰূপান্তৰিত হল। তাত শতাধিক জাবৰ জোঁথৰ লাগি গৈছিল, আৰু তাত শতাধিক সাপ আহিছিল। সাপ আহোঁতে আগত জেঠ মাহত 12 খৰ মাৰে, সেই বছৰ 23 কৰ মাৰিছিল যাৰ বালিৰ উত্তাপত সেই শতাধিক সাপৰ মৃত্যু হৈছিল সাপৰ মৃত্যুৰ বেদনাতে সেই হাবিখন কৰিব লগা হ'ল তেতিয়া মোৰ আছিল 13-14 বছৰ বয়স তেতিয়া দেউৰীয়া আইতা ককাহঁতৰ গুৰিলৈ গলো সেইখন চাবলৈ গৈ এদিন তেওঁৰ দুখ বেদনাত মই ঘূৰি আহি তেওঁলোকক সুধিলো যে সাপবোৰ মৰিল সাপ নমৰা কিবা ব্যৱস্থা আছেনে তেতিয়া আইতা ককাহঁতে কৈছিল বিশ্বৰ এটাতকৈ ওখ ঘাঁহটো ৰুবলৈ কৈছে মই তেতিয়া বুজি পোৱা নাই বিশ্বৰ এটাতকৈ ওখ ঘাঁহটোনো কি তেতিয়া মোক বুজাই কৈছিল বিশ্বৰ এটাতকৈ ওখ ঘাঁহটো হ'ল বাঁহ ৰুলে ছাঁ হ'ব ছাঁ হলে সাপ নমৰিব আৰু তই গছ পুলি গৈ থাক তেওঁলোকে 50টা বাঁহৰ মূৰা 25টা বাঁহ দিছিল সাপ মৰা ঠাইতে ঘেৰি লৈ পেলাই 50টা মাটি কলহ কিনি আনি ফুটা কৰি ধান খেৰডাল সুমুৱাই এটুক দুটুককৈ পানী পৰাকৈ 5 দিনৰ মূৰে মূৰে পানী দি সেই পাও লহপহকৈ বাঢ়িল আৰু গছ পুলি ৰুওঁতে 30 বছৰত 1360 একৰ 550 হেক্টৰ গ্ৰীণ হৈ গ'ল সেউজীকৰণ হৈ গ'ল হোৱাৰ ফলত শতাধিক হৰিণ আহিল হৰিণ অহাৰ লগে লগে ঢেকীয়াপতীয়া বাঘ অহাৰ লগে বিলুপ্ত পৰ্যায়ৰ শগুন আহিল আৰু এতিয়া গড় আৰু হাতী আহি গ'ল হাতী আহোঁতে বহুত দুৰ্যোগৰ সন্মুখীন মোক মানুহে দেখিব নোৱাৰা হ'ল যে তই হাবিখন বনোৱাৰ কাৰণে হাতীবোৰ মাতি আনিলি এতিয়া আমাৰ ঘৰ দুৱাৰবোৰ খাদ্যবোৰ খাই দিছে গতিকে এদিন মিটিং পাতিলে এইদৰে মিটিং পাতি ক'লে গছবোৰ কাটিলে আৰু হাতীবোৰ নাহে আৰু তেতিয়া আৰু ঘৰত কোঠাল লৈ হেজাৰজন মানুহে লাইন পাতি আহিছে মোক লগ কৰিলে তেতিয়া মোক লগ কৰোঁতে মই ক'লো প্ৰথমতে গছ কটাৰ আগতে মোক কাটিব লাগিব তাৰপিছতহে গছ কাটিব পাৰিব কাৰণ মূল গছে কেতিয়াও গৈ পেলাই ঘৰ বনোৱা নাই হাতীয়ে ভাঙিছে হাতীৰ কাৰণে ফৰেষ্ট ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্ট আছে MLA আছে MP আছে চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ আছে ভাৰতৰ প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী আছে তেওঁলোকৰ লগত যোগাযোগ কৰক মোৰ কথা শুনি গুচি যোৱাৰ পিছত অসমৰ সংবাদ মাধ্যমক সেইকাৰণে ধন্যবাদ জনাব লাগিব বহুত দুখ কষ্ট অতিক্ৰম কৰি মোৰ হাবিলৈ যেতিয়া আহিছে 7-8জন মান তেতিয়া মই প্ৰথম আহোঁতে মই চোৰাং চিকাৰী বুলি ভাবিছিলো মানে বহুত দিন হাবিৰ ভিতৰতে আছো তেওঁলোকক দেখা নাই তেতিয়া অকাই পকাই 18 কিলোমিটাৰ খোজকাঢ়ি মোৰ হাবিত যেতিয়া আহিছে মোক লগ কৰিছে যে আপোনালোকে যাওক সেইদিনাখনে 9টা গৰু বাঘে মাৰিছে 3টা গড় আছে 150 হাতী আছে সেইকাৰণে আপোনালোকে ইয়াৰ পৰা গুচি যাওক ইয়াত নোসোমাব পিছদিনা মাঘৰ বিহু আছিল মাঘৰ বিহু দিনাখন আহি মোক এখন ফুলাম গামোচা চেলেং চাদৰ 500 টকা দি প্ৰমাণ পত্ৰ দি কৈছিল যে আপুনি বহুত ভাল কাম কৰিছে আপোনাৰ লগত আমিবোৰ আছো কিন্তু সেই আৰ্টিকলটো লিখোতে 2 বছৰ সময় লৈছিল শদিয়াৰ পৰা ধুবুৰীলৈ ফৰেষ্ট ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ লগত আলোচনা কৰি তেতিয়া ফৰেষ্ট ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টে ক'লে যে এটা আমাৰ ৰেভিনিউ নপৰে অকলে কৰা এতিয়া 2010 চনত দৈনিক জনমী 25 জানুৱাৰী দিনাখন জিতু কলিতাই লিখা আৰ্টিকলটো লিখাৰ লগে লগে DY T65 দূৰদৰ্শন টাইমছ অফ ইণ্ডিয়া আৰ্টিকল লিখাৰ লগে লগে জৱাহৰলাল নেহৰু ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিয়ে ধৰিত্ৰীৰ 22 এপ্ৰিলৰ দিনা মাতি নি মোক 3 দিন 3 ৰাতি প্ৰতিটো গছ গছনি প্ৰতিটো চৰাই চিৰিকটি প্ৰতিটো জীৱ জন্তুৰ বিষয়ে অধ্যয়ন কৰি ভাৰতলৈ প্ৰথমবাৰৰ কাৰণে অৰণ্য মানৱ ফৰেষ্টমেন অফ ইণ্ডিয়া টাইটল দিলে তেতিয়া সুধীৰ কুমাৰ ঠাকুৰী আছিল ভাইচ চেঞ্চেলৰ আৰু সেইদৰে তেতিয়া মোক সেইটো দিওঁতেও আকৌ গভৰ্ণৰ মই তেতিয়া ক'লো মই মিচিং জনগোষ্ঠীৰ মানুহ গধূলিয়ালে আপঙে বাতি খাওঁ ইয়াতো খাবলৈ পোৱা নাই তেতিয়া আকৌ 5000 দি বটল এটা দি মুৰ্গী মাংস পিয়া 2টা দি পেলাই বেলেগ ৰুম এটাতে অধ্যয়ন কৰিলে মানে খাই লৈ কিনো কয় নাখাই লৈ কি কয় সেইটো অধ্যয়ন কৰি সেই টাইটলটো দিছিল দিয়াৰ লগে লগে সেই সময়ৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী তৰুণ গগৈয়ে ফোন কৰিছে ৰাতি 3:30টাতে দেশৰ আগশাৰী ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত দেশৰ গৌৰৱনাকে তোমালৈ শুভেচ্ছা জনাম তেতিয়া আৰু মই আৰু হুককৈ কান্দি দিলো কন্দা দেখি তাত থকা বিজ্ঞানীসকলে তাত থকা ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলে তাত থকা MP সকলে কিয় কান্দিছে এতিয়া অসমৰ বনামটো অন্যত ক'ব নোৱাৰি গতিকে আৰু মই ক'লো মোৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবোৰ সৰু সৰু হাবিতে এৰি থৈ আহিছো জীৱ জন্তুৰে ভৰা এসপ্তাহ দিন আছো গতিকে তাহাঁতলৈ মনত পৰিছে সেইকাৰণে কান্দিছে মোৰ দুখ বেদনাতে এইটো আছিল যে অসমত 3খনকৈ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি আছে, নিচেই কাষতে টুকুলাই চাহ গৱেষণা কেন্দ্ৰ আছে, নিচেই কাষতে ৰিচাৰ্চ লেবৰেটৰী আছে, নিচেই কাষতে কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় থাকোতে জৱাহৰলাল নেহৰু ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিয়ে সেই হাবি মাজৰ পৰা মাতি নি মোক সেই টাইটেলটো দিয়াৰ কাৰণে দুখ বেদনাৰ কাৰণে যাই নহওক তেতিয়া অসমলৈ আহিলো মৰিয়নি জংচন দেখিছো যে লখিমপুৰ গাৰ্লছ কলেজৰ ছাত্ৰীসকল ৰৈ আছে তেতিয়া নামিছো তেতিয়া ছাৰ আপোনাক নিবলৈ আছে আমি 3 দিন পোৱা নাই আপোনাক নেটত চাই আমি 3 দিন আমি চাই আছো সেইকাৰণে আমাৰ কলেজলৈ নিবলৈ মোক তাত লৈ গুচি গ'ল তেতিয়া সম্বোধনা জনাই থাকোতে মোক তেতিয়া আকৌ বম্বে চন্দ্ৰ মুখানন হলত APJ আব্দুল কালাম ছাৰে আকৌ মাতিলে তোমাৰ টিকটটো পঠিয়াইছে তোমাক খুব দৰকাৰ আছে তুমি বম্বেলৈ গুচি আহা তেতিয়া আৰু মোক বম্বেলৈ মাতি নি চন্দ্ৰ মুখানন হলত মোক মূৰত হাত দি কৈছিল APJ আব্দুল কালাম ছাৰে আশীৰ্বাদ দি কৈছিল বিশ্বৰ এটাইতকৈ ভাল কাম কৰাৰ কাৰণে তোমাক 60 কেজি ডায়মণ্ড আৰু 2.5 লাখ টকাৰ চেক দিছো विश्ववासी कारण कर आपका सब्जेक्ट एंड स्कूल एंड कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी बड़ा मीटिंग में मत जाइए ये नहीं इंडिया में इन्वाइट करेगा जाने पड़ेगा ऐसे ही नहीं ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड जब इन्वाइट करेगा आप जाने पर मैं और 3 दिन पिछर विदेश जाता मोर तो पासपोर्ट भिसा ना मैं केनेকৈ যাম इवेंट मातिছে फ्रांसक তেতিয়া ইয়াৰ পৰা ইমেইলৰ পৰা মোৰ ডকুমেন্টছ নাই মই যাব নোৱাৰো তেতিয়া যোৰহাট উপায়ুক্তলৈ ভাৰত চৰকাৰলৈ নিৰ্দেশনা যায় যে সেইজন মানুহকে আমাক লাগে গতিকে আৰু ভাৰত চৰকাৰ নিৰ্দেশনা দিয়াৰ পাছত যোৰহাট উপায়ুক্তই মোক ডকুমেন্টছ খিনি ঠিক ঠাক কৰি পেলাই যে দুদিন আগতে ক'লে যে তোমালোক দুদিনৰ আগতে যাব লাগিব কলিকতা তাতে পাসপোর্ট ভিসাটো দিব তেতিয়া যিদিন এখন মোক পাসপোর্ট ভিসা দিছে তেতিয়া আৰু ভয় লাগিছে প্লেনত উঠি পোৱা নাই বা বিদেশলৈ গৈ পোৱা নাই তেতিয়া আৰু প্লেনত যেতিয়া এখন 450টা সিট আছে তেতিয়া ফিটাটো মই দেখিছো যে ফৰেনাৰ বিলাকে ওয়াইন বহুত খায় ইন্টাৰনেশনাল প্লেনত তেতিয়া মই কলিকতাৰ পৰা আৰবৰ দহালৈ 3 বটল আৰবৰ দহাৰ পৰা সুইজাৰলেণ্ড জেনিভালৈ 2 বটল খাই যেনে তেনে ফ্ৰান্স পাইছে তেতিয়া জিতু কলিতা লগত গৈছে জিতু কলিতাক কৈছো চাহ গছে মোক কাপোৰ পিন্ধাইছে চৰাই 7 সাগৰ 13 নদী পাৰ কৰি সূৰ্য উঠা দিশৰ পৰা সূৰ্যপাদন অন্যটো অনা নাই গতিকে গছ গছনিৰ পৰা চৰাই চিৰিকটিৰ পৰা জীৱ জন্তুৰ পৰা শিকিব লগা আমাৰ কিমান আছে পিছদিনা যেতিয়া ইভেন্ট হল 195খন দেশৰ বিজ্ঞানীসকলে ঘোষণা কৰিলে যে গছৰ অবিহনে পৃথিৱীক কোনেও বচাব নোৱাৰে সেইকাৰণে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বই ধ্বংস কৰাৰ বিনিময়ত এজন মানুহে সৃষ্টি কৰাৰ কাৰণে বিশ্বৰ সেইখন কিতাপত আৰু এজোপা গছ পুলি ৰুবলৈ মোক লৈ গৈছে গছ পুলিটো যেতিয়া বহুৱাই দিছিলো পৃথিৱীৰ বিভিন্ন ধৰ্মাৱলী লোকসকলে মাটি অকণ অকণ দি নিজৰ ধৰ্মত বিলাপ কৰি গছজোপা উপাসনা কৰিছে জীয়াবলৈ তেতিয়া হুৰ হুৰ বৰষুণ দিছিলে তেতিয়া মোৰ বৰ ভাল লাগিছিল এইকাৰণে ভাল লাগিছে আজিৰ পৰা পৃথিৱীখন এৱাৰনেছ হৈছে তেতিয়া সেই প্ৰগ্ৰামটোত সেইখিনি শেষ কৰাৰ পিছত মই পিছদিনা গুচি আহিলো গুচি আহি মই দেখিলো 1972 চনতে সুইডেনৰ ষ্টকহোম দেশত 13খন ৰাষ্ট্ৰই ঘোষণা কৰিছিল তেতিয়াই জলবায়ু পৰিৱৰ্তন হৈছে ভাৰতবৰ্ষত 1973 চনত পাঠ্যক্ৰমত সোমাই ললে 1974 চনৰ পৰা 5 জুনটো বিশ্ব পৰিৱেশ দিৱস পালন কৰে ভাৰতৰ বিভিন্ন স্কুল কলেজ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিতকৈ মই দেখিছো একেটা গাততে বিশ্ব পৰিৱেশ দিৱস পালন কৰে গছ এজোপাও নাই ভাৰতীয় শিক্ষাটো এনেকুৱা নেকি ডাঙৰবোৰে গছ কাটে সৰু সৰু ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক গছ পুলিবোৰ উঘালি জান মৰা সেইদিনাৰ পৰা যদি উঘালিও নিদিলেহেঁতেন আজি 47 বছৰে ইমান জলবায়ু পৰিৱৰ্তন নহলেহেঁতেন সেয়ে শিক্ষাক অগ্ৰাধিকাৰ দি এনভাইৰনমেন্টেল সায়েন্স পৰিৱেশ বিজ্ঞান এলপি স্কুলৰ পৰা দিব লাগিব পৰিৱেশ শিক্ষক দিব লাগিব পৰিৱেশ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি দিব লাগিব যেতিয়া এটা ল'ৰা এলপি স্কুলত নাম লগাব এজোপা গছ ৰুব সি প্ৰেক্টিকেলি 5 বছৰত ডাঙৰ কৰিব লাগিব তাৰ অক্সিজেনটো সি নিজে ল'ব পিছৰ 5 বছৰ তাৰো এজোপা ৰুব বিশ্ববাসীক দিব তেতিয়া ভাৰতে না পৃথিৱীত বছৰি কিমান ল'ৰা ছোৱালী এডমিশ্যন ল'ব 2 বছৰত কিমান হ'ব 3 বছৰত কিমান হ'ব 4 বছৰত কিমান 10 বছৰত অল ওভাৰ ওয়াৰ্ল্ড গ্ৰীণ হৈ যাব সেইখিনি ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে নতুন পৃথিৱী কৰিব কাৰণ দেখিছো মই মোৰ ঘৰৰ পৰাই শিক্ষান্ত ভুল আছে ঘৰৰ পৰাই মোৰ ককাই ভাই দুজন বিয়া পাতিলে বেলেগ হৈ গ'ল তেতিয়া দেখিছো যে ককাকে ৰোৱাটো কাটিছে বাপেকে ৰোৱাটো কাটিছে নিজে গজাটো কাটিছে বেলেগৰ ঘৰ বনালে কিন্তু এই কথাটো সেই সময়ত ককাই ভাইহালে চিন্তা নকৰিল যে আগলৈ পৃথিৱীখন বাঢ়ি নাযায় মাটি বাঢ়ি নাযায় মানুহে বাঢ়ি আহিব ককাইদেউ তই ওপৰ মহলত থাক মই তল মহলত থাকো সেইটো কথাটো চিন্তা কৰা নাই আকৌ LP স্কুলত নাম লগালো দেখিছো যে চৰকাৰে বিল্ডিং গান দিলে আকৌ গছবোৰ কাটিহে বিল্ডিং বনাইছে ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিলৈকে অকল গছ কটাটোকে দেখাইছে গছ ৰুই প্ৰতিপালন কৰি ডাঙৰ দীঘল কৰা গছৰ গুণাগুণ গছৰ নাম জনা এটাও নাই কাৰণ মোৰ তালৈ যিমানবোৰ পৃথিৱীৰ বোটানিকেল বিভাগৰ প্ৰফেচাৰ আহে থিয়ৰিকেল গছৰ নাম জানে কিন্তু গছটো চিনি নাপায় নহয় তেতিয়া আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক কিমান ভুলকৈ শিক্ষা দিয়া হৈছে কম বেদনা নহয় সেইকাৰণে পৃথিৱীৰ 800 কোটি মানুহ ল'ৰা ছোৱালী দেখিলে বেজাৰ লাগে যে আমাৰ ভুলতে ভুগিব আপোনালোকে জানে ইয়াতে যে 2024 চনত ঢকুৱাখানাত ৰাতিপুৱা 7:30 বজাত স্কুল কলেজ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি খোলাৰ কাৰণে যেতিয়া 12:30 বজাত ছুটি দিয়ে গৰমৰ উত্তাপত তাহাঁতৰ মূৰত ধৰে হাৰ্ট এটেক হৈ পেলাই ল'ৰা ছোৱালী 5টা মৰিছে 2025 চনত 19টা ঢালি পৰিছে এগৰাকী ক্লাছ 9ৰ ছাত্ৰী মৰি গৈছে কিয় কৰিছে মই সেই নাই শিক্ষা বিভাগত ভাইচ তাত কৈছো গুৱাহাটীত যে এইটো কিয় কৈছে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক লৈ পাখা নেখেলিব কাৰণ আজিকালিতো বতৰৰ আগজান দি এসপ্তাহ আগত জানে তাত টিভি মোবাইলতে দিব সেইদিনা বন্ধ দিয়ক গৰম বন্ধটো উঠাই দিয়ক এতিয়া এই কণ্ডিশ্যন বিলাক আমাৰ নিজে নিজে চিন্তা কৰে এতিয়া এইকাৰণে আমাৰ অধ্যক্ষও আছে ভাইচ প্ৰেচিডেণ্ট আপোনালোকে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক লৈ পাখা নেখেলিব লাগিলে গৰম বন্ধ উঠাই দিয়ক কিন্তু সেই চেলচিয়াছটো কাৰণ এই বছৰ 52 ডিগ্ৰী হ'ব অসমত তেতিয়া আমি জীয়াই থাকিব পাৰিমনে আৰু সেই যিহেতু একো নেজানে সেইকাৰণে এই কথাবিলাক বহুত চিন্তনীয় বিষয় আৰু খুব দুখৰ বিষয় উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলত 8খন ৰাজ্যত 6খনত বোটানিকেলৰ এইটো সাবজেক্ট আছে বিষয়টো আছে ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্ট আছে বোটানিকেল কিন্তু অসমত নাই নহয় ৰাজ্যিক বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় নহয় কেন্দ্ৰীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়টো নাই কিয় নাই কাৰণ মই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীও যিমান বহিৰাজ্যত পঢ়িছে দিল্লী ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি JNUতে হওক বা মিজোৰাম ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি হওক ত্ৰিপুৰাতে হওক সেই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে কয় যে আমিতো PhD লৈ পেলাই বোটানিকেলৰ এতিয়া অসমততো চাকৰি নাপাম বহিৰাজ্যত কৰিব লাগিব তাহাঁতক দেখিলে আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে কি জানিব যে অসম আৰু হেৰিত কিয় নাই অৰুণাচল প্ৰদেশত মই সিদিনা ৰাজীৱ গান্ধী ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিটো ভাইচ কৈছো আপুনি উৰিষ্যাত বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ত সেই বিষয়টো আছে অৰুণাচলত কিয় নাই ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টলি কিয় নাই অন্ততঃ ৰাজ্যিক বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ত দিব নোৱাৰে ঠিক আছে কেন্দ্ৰীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়তো দিব লাগে সেই বিষয়টো কিয় নাই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক দেখিলে চকু ফুৰে মই যোৱা 3 তাৰিখে জুনত গৈছো কাশ্মীৰ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি তেতিয়া মই ইণ্টাৰনেশ্যনেল JNU গেষ্ট হাউচত আছো তেতিয়া গোটেই অসমৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবোৰ আহিছে PhD যিসকলে বোটানিকেলত পঢ়ি আছে যে তোমালোকতো পাছ কৰিব অসমততো চাকৰি নাপাবা ক'ত থাকিব তেতিয়া যদি তাত ইমান হাই ৰেংকত পঢ়ি পেলাই আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক শিক্ষা প্ৰদান নকৰে আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীৰ ভাৰসাম্যটো কেনেকৈ ৰাখিব সেই কথাটো খুব ডাঙৰ কথা হৈ গৈছে সেইকাৰণে মই শিক্ষামন্ত্ৰীক কৈছো অন্য নালাগে বিষয়টো পৰিৱেশ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি এটা অসমত দিয়ক উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলত তেতিয়া নিশ্চয় এই সমস্যাটো সমাধান হ'ব যিটো বিষয় লৈ নহ'লে আমি জীয়াই থাকিব ন সেইটো বিষয়ে ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি নাই কিয় নাই সেইকাৰণে আপোনালোকে জানিব ইয়াতে অনিদীপ গগৈয়ে মোৰ হাবিতে তেওঁ প্ৰেক্টিকেল কৰিব PhD লৈ পেলাই এতিয়া মিজোৰাম ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত গুচি গ'ল এতিয়া আমাৰ মোৰ হাবিখনৰ বিষয়ে ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিৰ মিজোৰামত শিকাব নৱ হাজৰিকা JNUৰ পৰা বোটানিকেলত PhD লৈ পেলাই তেওঁ মিজোৰাম ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত গ'ল কাৰণ আমাৰ ইয়াত বিষয়টো নাই সেইকাৰণে তেওঁলোকে ইয়াত চাকৰিটো নাপায় কাৰণে বহিৰাজ্যত চব কৰি আছে ত্ৰিপুৰা ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি অসমৰ বহু ল'ৰা ছোৱালী আছে পুনে ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিটো আছে গোটেই বিষয়বস্তুবিলাক যিবিলাক ব্ৰেইন ড্ৰেইন আমাৰ বিদেশতো যোৱাটো ভাৰতবৰ্ষতে অসমৰ পৰা গৈ ব্ৰেইন ড্ৰেইনটো কৰি পেলাইছে কৰাৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালী বহুত বেক হৈ গৈছে মই আশা ৰাখিছো সকলোৱে গোট খাই এই বিষয়ে অসম চৰকাৰ ভাৰত চৰকাৰলৈ নিৰ্দেশনা জাৰি কৰিব লাগে যে এই দুটা দুখন ৰাজ্যত কিয় নাই সেইটোতো খুব দৰকাৰ আছে যিটো বিষয় লৈ আমি নহলে জীয়াই থাকিব নোৱাৰো এয়া ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ শংকৰদেৱে শিকাই থৈ গৈছে আমাক গছৰ তলত শিক্ষা দিছিল বুদ্ধদেৱে গছৰ তলত দিছিল ধৰ্মগুৰুসকল ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ লৈ শিক্ষা প্ৰদান সৌ সিদিনা দিল্লীত মোদী যেতিয়া 29 আগষ্টত অসমলৈ আহিছে আমাক সেই বিষয়ে তাত ভাৰতীয় কৰ্ণেলসকল আৰু ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ পৰা বিভিন্ন বিজ্ঞানীসকল আৰু মোক মাতিছিল তেতিয়া আমি উত্থাপন কৰিছো যে ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ নথকা মানুহক MLA MP টিকট দিব নালাগে কাৰণ গাঁৱৰ উন্নতি অবিহনে দেশৰ উন্নতি সাধন হ'ব নোৱাৰে ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ ক'ত থাকে গাঁৱত থাকিব গছৰ লগত সম্বন্ধ থাকিব এগ্ৰিকালচাৰ এতিয়া খুব বেদনাদায়ক কথা যে ঔৰংগাবাদত তাত MGMত 32,000 ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰী সব বিভাগ আছে তাত তাহাঁতৰ গোটেই কেনভাছটোত খেতি কৰি পেলাই অৰ্গেনিক কৰি পেলাই তাহাঁতৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক খাদ্য সামগ্ৰী তাত কিয় বাকীবোৰ নোৱাৰে সেই কথাটো ডাঙৰ কথা তাত মোক এৱাৰ্ড দিবলৈকে মাতিছিল তাত যিটো দেখিলো তাৰ যিটো পৰিৱেশ শিক্ষাৰ মানদণ্ড সেই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনি কিয় ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ তেতিয়া ফাৰ্ষ্ট এডুকেশ্যন 2014 পৰিৱেশ মন্ত্ৰী মহাৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ গভৰ্ণৰ মহাৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ আৰু প্ৰথম গৰাকী মহিলা ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰ MGMত আছে গুৰুকুলৰ শিক্ষা আছে ভাইচ মহিলা যি পৰ্যন্ত ভাৰতীয় কলা কৃষ্টি সংস্কৃতি বিকাশ নহব সেই পৰ্যন্ত দেশৰ উন্নতি সাধন হ'ব নোৱাৰে আৰু সেইবোৰ শিক্ষা দিওঁতে সদায় ক্লাছ তেওঁলোকে মাতৃভাষাত শিক্ষা দিব লাগিব তেতিয়া মন মগজুটো বিকাশ হ'ব মন মগজুটো বিকাশ হ'লে দেশ আৰু জাতিৰ উন্নতি অন্যতাই হ'ব নোৱাৰি সেই ফৰ্মুলাটো বনাওঁতে 8 বছৰ লৈছে ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় শিক্ষানীতিত দেখিছো বিশ্ব সন্মিলনত কেইবাবাৰো এটেণ্ড হৈ বিশ্বৰ শতকৰা 195খন দেশৰ ভিতৰত 13খন দেশে ইংৰাজী কয় বাকীবোৰ সব নিজৰ মাতৃভাষা কয় মই সেইকাৰণে অসমীয়াত ভাষণ জানিলে জানিবি নেজানিলে মোক কিটো সেইকাৰণে ভাষা কলা কৃষ্টি সংস্কৃতি যিমান পৃথিৱীৰ বিজ্ঞানীসকল আছে তেওঁলোকে লিখি লৈ ভাষণ দিয়ে অন্তৰ পৰা ক'ব নোৱাৰে ভাষণ দিয়াৰ শেষত এনেকে চাব কোনোবাই বেয়াকে ক'ব নেকি তেনেকুৱা বিলাক অনুসৰণ কৰি পেলাই ভাষণ দিয়ে সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবো আশা ৰাখিছো ভাৰতীয় কলা কৃষ্টি সংস্কৃতি যি ৰাজ্যৰ যিটো ভাষা হয় সেইটো ক্লাছ তেওঁলোকে শিক্ষা প্ৰদান এতিয়া এইকাৰণে আপোনালোক এতিয়া শিক্ষক শিক্ষয়িত্ৰী হৈছে কিয় ভাৰতীয় প্ৰশাসনত নপঢ়িলে যেতিয়ালৈকে ভাৰতীয় প্ৰশাসনত নপঢ়ে তেতিয়ালৈকে উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চল ডেভেলপ হ'ব নোৱাৰে 2020 চনত 5টা আছে উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলত IFSত এটা নাই IPSত এটা নাই যে আমাৰ ল'ৰা কি পঢ়ে ডক্টৰ ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰ কেতিয়া পঢ়িবলৈ যায় হায়াৰ ছেকেণ্ডাৰী পাছ কৰি গুচি যায় 10টামান মানুহৰ পিছত ডক্টৰ হ'ব 10বাৰমান বেয়া কাম কৰাৰ পিছত বিজ্ঞানী হ'ব কাৰণ মই তামিলনাডুত ক্লাছ লৈ পাইছো মেডিকেল কলেজত তাহাঁতে দেখিছো বোলে মেডিচিন ডাক্তৰ হ'ব তই বুটানিকেল কিতাপখন লৈ পেলাই পুৰা গছৰ নাম লিখিছে মই তেতিয়া ফটককে সোমাই গলো সুধিলো তোমালোক যে গছৰ নামবোৰ লিখিছা গছ চিনি পোৱা নাই বোলে নাপাওঁ তেতিয়া মেডিচিন ডাক্তৰ কেনেকে হবা বি গছটো আনি যদি মানুহক খুৱাই নমৰিবনে ইনজেকশ্যন দিলে নমৰিবনে গোটেইটো তেনেকুৱা আছে ভাৰতৰ যিটো মানে টেকনলজি শিক্ষা সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবো আমাৰ ধৰ্মগুৰুসকলে যিটো ভাৰতবৰ্ষত থকা ধৰ্মগুৰুসকলৰ যিটো শিক্ষা ব্যৱস্থা আছিল সেইটোৱে সাইন্টিফিকেল এতিয়া সায়েন্স এণ্ড টেকনলজি বহু ওপৰলৈ গুচি যোৱাৰ পৰত পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্য হেৰাই গ'ল সেইকাৰণে মই আশা ৰাখিছো আপোনালোকৰ এই গোটেই বিষয়বস্তুবিলাক চিন্তা চৰ্চা আমাৰ কণ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক মানৱ সম্পদ গঢ়িবলৈ জ্ঞানৰ যিটো বিকাশ সেইটো দিব লাগিব এইটো ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় শিক্ষা 24 বছৰ লাগিব এতিয়া 3 বছৰ গ'ল সেইখিনি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীয়ে যেতিয়া ভাৰতীয় পঢ়া এডুকেশ্যনত আহি যাব 24 বছৰৰ পিছত সিহঁতে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বক নেতৃত্ব দিব সেইটো ভাৰতৰ ঘূৰি আহিছে কাৰণ APJ আব্দুল কালাম ছাৰে মোক এৱাৰ্ড দিছে বুলি কোৱা নাই তেওঁ ভাৰতক বহুত ওপৰত থৈ গ'ল সেইকাৰণে পৃথিৱীৰ মানুহে ভাৰতলৈ ভয় কৰে এতিয়া পৃথিৱীৰ মানুহে ভাৰতৰ আদৰ্শ ল'বলৈ বাধ্য হৈছে মেক্সিকোত হিন্দী আৰু সংস্কৃত ভাৰতৰ পৰা শিক্ষক নি পেলাই তেহেঁতৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক কৈছে, এইটো ভাৰতৰ কম গৌৰৱৰ বিষয় নহয়। সেইকাৰণে আশা ৰাখিছো আপোনালোকৰ আশীৰ্বাদ আছো। গ্ৰীণ ইণ্ডিয়া গ্ৰীণ ৱৰ্ল্ড আৰু চিৰসেউজীয়া অসমখন চিৰসেউজীয়া কৰি ৰখা মোৰ যিটো মনৰ ভাৱ, সেইটোৱে মই কৰি আছো। মই বেলেগ ধৰণৰ কাম কৰা নাই। এইকাৰণে মোৰ হাবিৰ পৰা 60 কিলোমিটাৰ কাজিৰঙা, 120 কিলোমিটাৰ ডিব্ৰু-চৈখোৱা, সেইটো ভূ-জৈৱ বিভাগে ডিক্লেয়াৰ দিলে যে 2 বছৰ ছাৰ্ভে কৰি পালে 58টা নতুন চৰ চাপৰি হৈ গ'ল। সেইখিনিত ভাৰতীয় এনজয় বিলাকক আদি হাতীৰ খাদ্য, বান্দৰৰ খাদ্য, তাত প্লেণ্টেশ্যন কৰিলে হাতী আৰু মানুহৰ সংখ্যাত বান্দৰ আৰু মানুহৰ সংখ্যাত কমি যাব। তেতিয়া আমি সুন্দৰ অসমখন চিৰসেউজীয়া, অসমখন চিৰসেউজীয়া কৰি ৰাখিব পৰা যিটো ভাৱ আছে, সেইটো কৰিবৰ কাৰণে যোৰে। আপোনালোকে জানে আমাৰ তাত শান্তি আশ্ৰম এখন আছে। তাত বিশ্বৰ বিভিন্ন প্ৰান্তৰ ফকীৰবোৰে কৈছে, আসাম में पेशाब करने के भी जमीन नहीं है। মই তেতিয়া বালি এটুকুৰা নিহে পেচাব কৰাইছো। চব আয়ুৰ্বেদিক ঔষধেৰে ভৰা। য'ত আয়ুৰ্বেদিক ঔষধ থাকিব তাতে ৱাইল্ড এনিমেল চৰাই চিৰিকটি থাকিব পাৰে। উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলৰ ভিতৰত শিৱ মাত্ৰ অসমখনেই আছে। ইমান ধুনীয়া অসমখন আমি সংৰক্ষণ কৰিব নজনাটো কম দুৰ্ভাগ্যজনক বিষয় নে? আমি সিজন্মত চাগে বহুত ভাল কাম কৰিছিলো, সেইকাৰণে অসমত জন্ম লাভ হ'ল। সূৰ্য উঠা দেশৰ পৰা সূৰ্য পৰা দেশলৈ গৈ ইমান ধুনীয়া অসম ক'তো দেখিবলৈ পোৱা নাযায়। আহকচোন আমি চিৰসেউজীয়া অসমখন চিৰসেউজীয়া কৰি ৰখাটো প্ৰত্যেকজন ব্যক্তিয়ে আজি এই সন্মিলন পাতিছে, ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল নলেজ সেইটো ভাৰতবৰ্ষত হোৱাটো মই কামনা কৰো। আৰু হওক, ভাৰতৰ আদৰ্শ ভাৰতৰ পৰাই যাব। আৰু খুব গৌৰৱৰ বিষয়, এতিয়া ছেপ্টেম্বৰ মাহত মই অক্সফৰ্ড ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিলৈ আমন্ত্ৰণ কৰিছে, তাত যাম আৰু তাত এইবোৰ বিষয়ে কম। আজি হয়তো আৰণ্য সত্ৰাধিকাৰ আজি অক্সফৰ্ড লণ্ডনত আছে আৰু তেখেতে বৃন্দাবনী বস্তুৰ বিষয়ে কালি বিজ্ঞানসন্মতভাৱে ক'ত চাইণ্টিফিকেল আছে সেইবোৰ উনুকিয়াই দিছে। সেইকাৰণে অসমৰ পৰাই গৌৰৱময় অধ্যায়টো যিটো আছে অসমৰ পৰাই যাব লাগিব, কাৰণ আমি চিৰসেউজীয়া প্ৰকৃতিৰ সন্তান। আমি প্ৰকৃতিৰ অবিহনে কোনো জীয়াই থাকিব নোৱাৰে। ইয়াত চববোৰ আছে। সেইকাৰণে আমি অনুভৱ নকৰো, আৰু অনুভৱ নকৰা মানে বিকল্পটো কি হৈছে? বিকালাংগ হৈ গৈছে। আমি অনুভৱ কৰিব লাগিব। ইমান ধুনীয়া অসম ক'তো দেখিবলৈ নাপায়। সেইকাৰণে আপোনালোক সকল আমাৰ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰী নতুন প্ৰজন্মক সেইখিনি পৃথিৱীক ভাল পাবলৈ শিক্ষা দিয়াটো, কাৰণ পৃথিৱীক ভাল পাবলৈ শিক্ষা নীতি কোনো এখন দেশত নাই। সেইকাৰণে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বৰ 800 কোটি মানুহক অনুৰোধ কৰিছো, একো কৰিব নালাগে। কালি প্ৰকৃতিক ভাল পালে সকলো সমস্যা দূৰ হৈ যাব। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir. Your inspiring journey reminds us that one committed individual can truly transform the world. It is my distinct privilege to invite our respected registered sir, Dr. Panduti Mohanto, to address the gathering with a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Nas. So it was not in the agenda, so I am surprised at all. Anyway, it is a great effort half of the college research and Department of Geology, Geography, and the collaborating effort of Botanical Survey of India, I think, Bhubaneswar Police. Yes, we have gathered here together all academicians and technology persons just to integrate our traditional knowledge system with the scientific insights. So it is a very difficult task, as you know. There will be lots of deliberation today and lot of discussion. And I think today's deliberation will, from the Spain also, from abroad also, the international seminar. So we will find a solution, or just to integrate our this traditional knowledge system with the technology. Why it is very difficult? Because there is a concept of sustainability and sustainability. So when you think about the development, you have to look the sustainability along with the development, which is very difficult because if you want to develop something or if you want to develop our society technologically or scientifically, whatever it may be, but there is always a question of sustainability, whether it will sustain or not. So this is another difficult topic to be discussed here today. And another uh, thing is that I think there should be deliberation from technological persons also. If they are today in this August gathering, some of the papers, there may be discussions on technology scale sites along with the traditional knowledge system sites. So therefore, if there is a discussion on both the pillars, one technological and another from the aspect of traditional knowledge system, then only both can be built up between these two aspects. So this is a very difficult task. Always we are talking about only the our traditional knowledge system, we have to integrate with the technology. But I have not heard anything from technological person who delivers some lectures how to integrate technology with traditional knowledge system. So I hope that today there will be lots of discussion deliberations, not from only traditional knowledge system, and there will be, should be deliberation from technological point of view. So there should be some technological expert so that only we can bridge this gap between traditional knowledge system and the technology development. So today we hope that this seminars on this international seminar will definitely resolve this issue. And wishing you a great day, wishing you all success of the seminar. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Knowledge grows when it is shared. It is now for the formal release of abstract volume, which reflect the scholarly contributions of researchers participating in this international conference. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, chief guest, and distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the abstract volume. Congratulations to the editorial team and organizing committee for this significant academic achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to one of the most significant segments of this international conference, the keynote address of the conference. So may I most respectfully request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly take their seats in the front row for their convenience during the keynote address. Before I invite the keynote speaker to deliver the address, may I request Dr. Dipanjali Barooah ma'am to briefly introduce our esteemed keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyandas. I am greatly privileged at this moment to present before this august gathering our respected keynote addressee, Dr. Thin Thin Ai, in front of you. Dr. Thin Thin Ai is currently serving as professor and head in the Department of History at the University of Yangon, Myanmar. She completed her academic training at the same institution, earning a BA Honors, MA, and a doctorate in history. She also holds a diploma in international relations and development studies from a collaborative program between Johns Hopkins University, USA, and Changyoung University, South Korea. Her research specializes in governance and development studies, with a particular focus on Myanmar's governance systems. She has authored numerous articles in prominent scientific journals. She is the chair of the curriculum development team in history and a history board of studies. She has acted as supervisor of MA and PhD dissertations and has served as an external examiner at University of Mandalay and other universities. She teaches in the undergraduate and postgraduate levels, emphasizing modern, historical, and developmental contexts. She has a long list of publications. I would like to mention only a few of them, very recent ones. Traditional Medicine in Myanmar, Past, Present, and Future, published in the Journal of Myanmar Academy of Arts and Science. Aging and Retirement, Lifestyle of Aging Women within the Retirement Community of Myanmar, published in Myanmar Historical Research Journal 2025. Building Future, Teacher Development in Myanmar's Basic Education System, published in Journal of University of Yangon 2024. 10 household heads in Myanmar administration, roles, responsibilities, and challenges, published in Journal of Asia Research Center 2024. Censuses in Myanmar History, published in Myanmar Historical Research Journal 2020. Historical Significance, Feature of Lador Road, published in Journal of Asia Research Center 2018. We are extremely privileged men that you are here today in this inaugural session to deliver the keynote address. We wholeheartedly welcome you. Kindly deliver your welcome address. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, the virtual platform is yours now. Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Hello, I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
You can see my PowerPoint. You can see my PowerPoint.
Yes. Yes, we go. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
You can start, ma'am.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
I can see. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected professors, scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a very great pleasure to honor to see you all today, even though I'm not connected to this telephone. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Ratkins here, who connected to me and tried to join this conference. And the second one is professors in introduce me to the audience. The third one is the organizing committee for the anti-violation international. So the theme is of this conference, International Conference on Sustainable Development, integrating traditional knowledge and emerging scientific insights with special emphasis on Northeast India. So sustainability is not based on a scientific knowledge alone. Traditional knowledge, culture value, and historical experiences have long guided communities in living harmonious with nature and managing nature resources sustainability. This is especially obvious in Northeast India as well as in Myanmar, where history provides valuable lessons on the relationship between people, culture, and environment. Okay. So today, I would like to explore my ideas through the example of Myanmar in my presentation titled Nature, Culture, and Sustainability in Myanmar, Insight from History. So, Myanmar is located between South and Southeast Asia. Myanmar has diverse landscape, including mountains, rivers, forests, and coastal areas and mountain lakes. The country is also very rich in natural resources and biodiversity. Throughout the Myanmar history, the natural environment has influenced where people lived, how they have their livelihood, how their culture developed. The relationship between human and nature has always been river supported agriculture and trade, while mountains, forests, and seasonal changes shaped daily life in settlement. So the nature is also influencing religious beliefs, cultural tradition, and social value. In particular, Buddhist teaching encourage people to respect living beings and care for environment. So today, Myanmar is how Myanmar can balance economic development with the preservation of cultural heritage and natural system. Because Myanmar is face increasing environmental pressures, including deforestation, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and the growing of the climate change. So these challenges raise important questions. So before discussing present and environmental problem, so let us first look for the Myanmar history. So Myanmar offers an excellent historical history because for centuries, Myanmar people adapt to diverse environmental protection through traditional knowledge, religious beliefs, and practical research. These historical experience remind us that sustainability is not a new concept. Long before the term sustainable development was introduced, communities in Myanmar as well as the Northeast India had already developed practice that balance human needs with environmental protection. Different types of settlement emerged in different ecological zones, and each played an important role in shaping the country's history and culture. Well, after the long history, the coastal line, the maritime ambassador, such as the Punampi, Webali, and the Yawari, control, and bottom-up developed an important trading force. These cities connected and other parts of Asia, facilitating trade, cultural exchange, such as the Node and Bible. Became some of Myanmar artists' other technologies. Their development was supported by irrigation system and internal treatment, demonstrating early adaptation to agro-manipulation. Later, great kingdoms such as Bagan, Ewa, established in the fertile valleys in the Irrawaddy and Signal Rivers. The historical evidence clearly show that Myanmar's civilization developed in close relations with its natural environment, where rivers, coastlines, and fertile lands shaped settlement, economic activities, and state formation over many centuries. One of the best examples of the close relation between nature and human development in Myanmar lie in Myanmar Transit. Rivers, tunnels, and irrigation network based on the long-term environmental observation. This system reflected accumulated local knowledge and practical experience. In a region, that uphold extensive reconstruction of the temples and monasteries, while the dry forest influence likely that can period illustrate manipulation, shape, economy, architecture, and cultural development in sustainable historical context. So, Europe led to major economic and technological changes that industry expanded, launch of offshore raw materials, moving overseas. Local communities became integrated into the global trade network and focused on the export resources. So everyone required large amount of clear the forest along the rivers. Population growth and expansion of the agricultural land placed greater pressure on the forest land was needed for cultivation and the natural forest frontier. So, environmental protection in Myanmar has deep historical roots, especially in the right governance and the conservation. In the system, Myanmar kings were seen as political leader and guardian of the land and natural resources. And this is a linking the good kinship and environmental care. And the British king reinforced this view by encouraging respect for all living beings and promoting agriculture natural resources. All royal virtue in Myanmar further guided rulers towards responsible and moral governance, including proper resource management. Of historical findings such as selecting capital animals and irrigation system also reflected environmental awareness. The example showed environmental protection in Myanmar has long been rooted in cultural, religion, and political tradition rather than in environment. The cultural example of environmental design and cultural planning can be seen during the Qing in the Puhong period, established as new capital at Mandalay in the Assam. Qing design Mandalay city, Mandalay palace, with inspiration from Christian sacred city in India, particularly Massachusetts, where Buddha was believed to have the title. This connection reflected both religious, social, and political symbolism. Similarly, period of time was planted as a green and water-rich city. You can see this is the Mandalay city in Pakistan. So it was described as a landscape and natural beauty. Small streams, canals, lakes, and ponds carefully integrated into the city design. King created around 20 royal gardens and parks. These pictures, you can see the Mandalay city, and the lower part of the picture is one of the royal gardens and parks during the King Middle until now. So the example shows that urban planning in Myanmar, royal tradition was closely linked with nature and religious ideas, where environmental design was important to both governance and cultural identity. This slide the King Middle environmental conservation policy, especially in the establishment of the protect and sanctuary areas. One of the examples is Namma. This is officially designated as the sanctuary for fish, bats, and other wildlife. In this, the area, strict rules were enforced since the King Middle. Activities such as capturing, shooting, clearing, and establishing animals were prohibited. About 126 countries were established during the King time. Unfortunately, during the colonial period, commercial, agriculture, and resource extraction, especially peak production and rice export, significantly transformed Myanmar land use and forests. For example, for the 19th century, some Western scholars interpreted environmental changes as linked to the political events. Professor Dr. Agent, in his music, the King War and the ecological risk of the Myanmar, he argued that environmental education and competition into French and English interests, including ink consumption to the Bombay Burma Trading Company, contributed to his development. This shows how environmental history can be used to explain Colombian independence and highlight the close link between ecology, economy, and imperial power in Myanmar. But during this large area of delta were converted into rice cultivation. Mentioned only the botany of the West Canal in a given some forests were cleared for agricultural land, and mangrove forests were cut down to choose charcoal for the local use. So during these changes, deeply roots culture and traditional and protected condition. So indigenous people widely recognize the importance of the natural. Indigenous believe recorded trees, rivers, and mountains are sacred. Why? Buddhism reinforced respect for nature through its ethical teaching and honest tradition. So, spoken life very closely associated with the forest and natural landscapes. Further strengthen the perception of the nature as a space of spiritual practice, moral cultivation. So you can see this slide illustrated the life of Buddha. This is the AI generated. So this is how it deeply connected with nature and forest environments. So our Buddha was born in the growth of the centuries and he practiced in the Uruvira forest. He then attained enlightenment and the body tree in the Ragaya. And he delivered his Assam in the Iaqua and much of his life in mountains located in the forest and park. And finally, the Buddha passed away in the same forest in Naga and completed his life cycle natural setting. So the Buddha lies a very close connection with the forest and natural environments, reflecting the importance of natural and spiritual development in the British culture. This life, as Buddhists became a dominant religion in Myanmar. Respect for nature became integrated into every life. Nature was not seen as part of the religious practice, but as part of the moral and spiritual responsibility. So for example, a Scotch instruction from 1236 AD. This instruction mentioned the planting of the very near the village, showing you early environmental awareness. Planting tree for shade, food, and shelter was considered highly victorious act, sometimes regarded as equal in the value and building the religious community. So this is, you can see that this life. Culture in Myanmar is closely linked with the nature, and this relationship is clearly seen in the traditional festival. For example, during the the Song Festival in Emma Plan, and maybe with the English calendar, May and June is coming next month. So the teacher, Emma teacher, who will watch for the sake of production, yes, it is this is not only religious practice, but also symbolic act of care for the nature and showing respect for tree and living beings. Similarly, during the water fasting, water is sharing among the people and also symbolically used that cleans and purify. So although it is the crucial, it is the very cultural celebration is a remind people of the importance of water as a vital natural resource. So in this way, these festivals strengthen the environmental awareness in society. They help people understand that protecting nature is part of the culture and religious life, not something separate from it. So in Myanmar, environmental governance evolved through post-independence and now. Okay, in the early post-independence period between 1948 and 1962, environmental management was very relatively very weak. There was limited coordination among the institutions, and most policy focused on the reconstruction and economic recovery rather than long-term ecological sustainability after independence and the Second World. So during this period, the environmental awareness is a natural thing. After the socialist period between 1960 to 1980, this period, environmental governance became more centralized under the state control. The government implement nationalization policy and state-led economic planning. But during the slot and SPDC period, 1988 to 2010, this period, the government led more market-oriented economic systems. As a result, there were growing pricing environmental problems, especially those related to deforestation, resource extraction, and industrial expansion. In response, National Commission for Environmental Affairs was established in 1990, making an important institutional step forward formal environmental governance. During this period, Myanmar also developed environmental laws and policy, and we can engage with international framework including global cooperation. And but Myanmar is aligned environmental policy with global network such as SDGs and Article 21 and Article 21 that demonstrated commitment to sustainable development. Nationally, in Myanmar, National Commission for Environmental Affairs was introduced to guide resource management, while institutions were strengthened through the restructuring the Environmental Conversation Code in the 2001. So in the 2008 Constitution, further supported environmental protection by recognizing the importance of the sustainable use of natural resources. Despite progress, Myanmar still faces serious environmental challenges. such as deforestation, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and climate change. The main difficulty lies on effective implementation, which require cooperation among the government, INGO, and local community, and other international government partner and private partner to a balanced approach that combine modern science-based innovation with traditional knowledge, can provide strong and bold sustainable solution for environmental protection and development. So, my conclusion is, Denmark history has reminded us that sustainability is not only scientific challenges, but also a cultural and historical one. For centuries, traditional knowledge, Buddhist ethics, and responsible governance shaped the relation between people and nature. Today, scientific research offers powerful tools for addressing the environmental problems. Yet, these tools became even more effective when combined with local knowledge, culture values, and historical experience. The further sustainable development does not lie on choosing between tradition and science. As the theme of this conference reminds us, sustainable development requires us to bring together traditional knowledge and thematic science that emphasize. Denmark history demonstrated that this integration is not only possible but essential for creating a resilience community and protecting our state environment. Thank you. This is my beauty passenger. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rai. Your insightful keynote has provided valuable perspective and intellectual experience for all of us. May I request the participant present here, if you have any query on to respective keynote speaker, you can proceed to it. If any questions or query,
Thank you, ma'am, for your interactive, and delightful and lecture, which actually benefited us. I do not have too much of things to ask you, but since we belong to the same kind of, geographical, entity, Myanmar and India, most of us, a long time ago, we followed basically, pagan kind of religion, respecting the different, objects of nature. All right. And now, due to the advancement of science and technology, all these things are, by and by, it's a verge of destruction. Right. So, what is actually prevalent in your country? Is paganism there in your country still now? Or in the name of development, actually in our country, so many valuable trees have been uprooted in the name of construction of roads and other buildings and all. And I would like to know about your country, what is happening right now regarding development and also the existence of paganism. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good question. Your question is very good. For my presentation, so our Denmark people are very maintain traditional knowledge and modern scientific method. So this is a local knowledge and the traditional knowledge, but some of the business and the enterprises is cannot how to say cannot touch the traditional knowledge because they want to do their business aspects in the environmental change. You already know that this Myanmar forest is a very deforestation is the border area. This is maybe the not only the local people, but also the business and company. So this is some of the the export is another country. We cannot use this all. This is now is the forest situation and the border. So your next question is the Myanmar situation now, right? So right. Yeah. So the Myanmar situation is now a very good for the but if you can see in the media you will be afraid that because it's a media is not actual. Media is a very a very fake news. So if you will come to my university, you will come to my country. You will amazing. Oh, how is the beautiful and how is the very stable the country? Because it's the media and the actual is very different. It is the outsider and the internal people is a little different about them. So in this conference, I will invite you all, if as you want to visit and come to our university, it's like our university. It's very beautiful. So over the last over 10 years, 100 years ago. So if you want to join our university, you can contact me with our professors. Of rising property and officers and written idea. So that this idea is very connected with me. That you is the very very insightful and very deeply study how Myanmar is now. Because you cannot see online, you will see the actual. This is so you will see how is the right and how is wrong.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other queries from house? No, I think there is no any question. So once again, we would like to thank you, ma'am, for your kind presentation. And this very nice and nice keynote address in front of this international conference. We sincerely appreciate your time and scholarly contribution. Thank you once again, ma'am, from the organizers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every successful event is a result of collective effort and wholehearted support. To formally express our gratitude, may I invite Dr. Jorhat, one of the organizing secretary of this conference, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A warm good morning to all of you. Although we are late, I want to express a vote of thanks to our expected distinguished guests and dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a privilege. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the international conference. I extend our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests and dignitaries, our chief patron, advisors, guest of honor, chief guest, distinguished keynote speakers, resource persons, esteemed collaborators, faculty members, participants, and guests for accepting our invitation and joining us both physically and virtually. Your presence, inspiring words thoughtful insights, and valuable time have greatly enriched this session. I would like to acknowledge the support of our collaborators, IQAC JBU, Jagannath Barooah University, Botanical Survey of India, ECTA Jorhat Zone. Also, our heartfelt thanks are also to the Jagannath Barooah University Authority, Numaligarh Refinery Limited, and State Bank of India for their generous support. A special word of appreciation goes to all the members of the organizing committee, faculty member, staff, volunteers, and students who have worked tirelessly, both in forefront and behind the scene, to make this event success. Finally, I thank all the participants for joining us and contributing to the spirit of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this inaugural session, may I request everyone present here to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड कड़बंगा यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. With this, the inaugural session of the International Conference formally comes to an end. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. So the participants present here for our technical session, they are requested to remain seated. So we can start immediately the first technical session of offline mode. So kindly present here and take your seat. So we can start. So thank you once again to all of you for your patience. Thank you.
অনলাইন চলি আছে ইয়াত সেশনটোৰ সেই সেশনৰ এখন মই দি দিওঁ যোনে চলাব জগদীশ ছাৰ থাকিব অফলাইন এটা চলিব আৰু লগালগ লাঞ্চৰ পিছত হোৱা কথা আছিলেতো যদি নহয় ছাৰক আমি ইটো সেশনত চিটাহতত আৰম্ভ কৰি দিম আৰু কোনোবাই জইন কৰিব পাৰে ন
এইটো তুমি চলাবা দুটা নহয় জানো এটা পোষ্টাল আছিল পোষ্ট লাঞ্চটো আমাৰ
Okay. We are actually regular profile. Going to say the friends of
সাউন্ড বন্ধ কৰি দিছো যেতিয়া এখন ষ্টাৰ্ট হ'ব তেতিয়া
সবৰ কথাই কৈছিলে ফাৰ্ষ্টৰ কথাই কৈছিলে তুমি ফাৰ্ষ্ট ক'ব পৰা কৰিছে
চাৰ্টিফিকেটখন ৰেডি কৰিব লাগিছিল
স্যার বাইরে কিছু বলতে চান পুলিশে পুলিশে একটা পেপার দিয়ে
চাৰ্টিফিকেটখন ৰেডি কৰিব
চাৰ্টিফিকেটটো ক'ৰবাত দিলা নি ফাইনেল চাৰ্টিফিকেট দিলা নি
এখন যে দিছিলে ছাৰ প্ৰিণ্ট কৰিব কৈছো তেতিয়া আমি কাটি দিম এতিয়া ভুলটো একেবাৰে নহয় আৰু
ঠিকঠাক তৈরি করা যায় ফিজিকেলৰ এটা ৰেজিষ্ট্ৰেশ্যনৰ এখন ডাটা ল'ব নালাগে কি ডিজাইন আছে ঘৰ বিটা ন এটা ৰেজিষ্টাৰ কৰিছে এটা উলিয়াই ল'লে হ'ল ঠিক আছে লাগবে এটা সময় হেৰি যিকোনো এখন দিলে হ'ব ঠিক আছে আমি এখানে প্রিন্ট করতে দিছো
পিছত দি দিওঁ
আপনি আগে যখন অভিনৱদা শুনিছেনে? হেল্ল'। অভিনৱদা শুনিছে? শুনো নাই, আমাৰ কেমেৰাটো আছে, ডিছপ্লেটো তাৰমানে টেক্সটবোৰ ওলাইকে ওলাইছে, ৰিচাৰ্জত ওলাইছে তো গম পাইছেনে যে মিৰত, গতিকে এলাৰ হেৰি ছেটত নহয় জানো, ক'ত হ'ব? কেমেৰাত বেছি দিন নহয় মানে। আছে উল্টা হৈ আছে। ইমেজ বুলি আছে, ইমেজটোৱে নিব। সেট তেনেকে আছে। পঢ়িব দিগদাৰ হৈছে ন? ইউটিউব কণ্টিনিউ নটিফিকেশ্যন। অসমীয়া যায় নহয় তেতিয়া?
Hello. Good morning. A very warm welcome from Jagannath Barooah University. We are going to start technical session 1 of this international conference on sustainable development, integrating traditional knowledge and emerging scientific insight with special emphasis on Northeast India. So, and the very first, I'd like to mention that in this technical session, there are 12 papers, and this technical session, the presenters will get for presentation of each paper, presenter will get 8 minutes, and the discussion or interaction on this presentation will be take place after conclusion of the presentation. So please be ready with your presentation. We have already collected the PPTs here. So when I will call the name, you come here and your PPT will be opened up. But while coming, you please come if you come with a full paper, the hard copy, and submit to the chairperson come resource person of this session. So here I'm going to introduce the chairperson come resource person of this technical section. Our chairperson come resource person is Professor Jagannath Sharma. Professor Jagannath Sharma, he is presently Professor of Department of Sanskrit from Jorhat University. Hailing from Kihu, a small town from Mulberry of Assam, he is having a distinguished and illustrious career in academics and research. So, keeping in brief, I am mentioning some of his academic achievement. He has received National Merit Scholarship for HSLC examination in 1992-93. He has received Anandaram Barooah Memorial Trophy for securing highest marks in MA examination in 1997. He received also 3 gold medals in MA final examination in 1998. Then he has received PhD scholarship from Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan. He also received junior fellowship in the field of Sanskrit from the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Government of India in 2002. He has received junior research fellowship from Indian Council of Historical Research, New Delhi. He also conferred a special award for popularizing Sanskrit in Northeast India from His Holiness Sri Jayendra Saraswati, Sri Kanchi Kamapoti Pitam, Tirupati. He published books and he has received grants from Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan. He has received special felicitation from Maharshi Sandipati Rashtriya Veda Vidya Pratishthan, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Ujjain, and Panchavidya Sanskrit Pratishthan, Assam, as Vedic scholar in connection with All India Vedic Conference, Guwahati, in 2022. He has been associated with number of professional bodies and associations, and he has also he acted as administrator and performed his leadership in various prestigious institutions and organizations. He has completed one UGC minor research project on the topic, an analytic study on the contribution of Pandit Jiveshwar Devagoswami in the field of Sanskrit literature in Assam in 2010 to 2012. He has completed research project on the topic concept of Prajapati as depicted in the Vedas and the Puranas, prepared under the Junior Fellowship awarded by the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Department of Culture, Government of India in 2004-2006. In his title, he has published a number of journal articles in reputed journals. He has also authored and edited a number of books. He has prepared self-learning material for Krishnakanta Handika State Open University. He has an online publication named The Vedic Cafe. He has also acted as a resource person in various orientation programs, refresher courses. He has delivered radio talks and performed other invited lectures. So he has a number of it in his name, but I'm keeping his introduction brief for the sake of time. So here I'm concluding introduction of Professor Jagadish Sharma sir. Sir, welcome to Jagannath Barooah University. Now, I request our faculty member, Prityasi Barooah, to felicitate our Professor Jagadish Sharma sir. Yes, sir. This is for the technical session.
হৈ গ'ল সেইটোৱে হৈ গ'ল কি পিছতে হৈ যাব হৈ গ'ল আৰু এইখিনি মেনুখন এটা হেৰি হৈ গ'ল যে মেনুখন তেনেকুৱা হৈ আছে মেনুখন ঠিক হোৱা নাই
Thank you, Prityasi Barooah. So here in this session, we are having 12 paper for presentation. I believe our presenters are ready. Now, before this presentation in the technical section, so this will be marked by the keynote presentation by our resource person, Professor Jagadish Sharma sir. So please come.
Now this afternoon explanation. Very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks offer to gratitude to Jagannath Barooah University to give me opportunity to come here and join in this international conference. Actually, I am belonging from a Sanskrit department. I am students of Sanskrit. The topic is indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge, whichever is that, and relation with the ancient and modern, collaboration with the ancient and modern. That is why I may be invited. I think that. I take not much time to giving one feeling that I have to give an presentation, team presentation, but it's very long for me. So I try to conclude in 8 minutes or 5 minutes. The topic is, the theme is the traditional knowledge system, manuscript and cultural, because all of you that is coming from the Indian knowledge system, traditional knowledge system, actually ancient Indian and modern India, where in between relation between ancient and India, this is a main option, main topic, main objective of the studies. How we relate the ancient India with the modern India. That open also says that how we incorporated ancient system or ancient technology with modern enough. That's the main motto. Main motto behind this theory and main motto, the NEP also this main motto, how we incorporated the ancient knowledge system to the modern knowledge system. That is the main thing. So, So though already I second I am student of Vedic studies. So first I start with the Vedic Psalm, the Vedic mantra, where it is stated that Om Bhadrang Karnebhi Shinuyama Bhadram Paisema Tatsabhi Jadatra Sthiroirangoi Tustubang Swastanubhi Pasema Deva Itam Jadayo. That is the Vedic psalm of Rig Veda. Where the meaning is that, oh, what's new here? What is auspicious to our ears? All of us ears, and always we have know various things. It's good, or it may be good, or maybe bad, but which is auspicious or very good come to our ears. May we see what is auspicious with our eyes. In our eyes, there are so many things are coming, bad, good, but we have to take the right things, right to say. What is the thing, the right things to say? May live the span of life allotted by the divine, blessing you with strong bodies and healthy limbs. The mantras prayer for the four technical things, the technical things for the sustainable life of our life. That's the right hearing. That one main portion is that we should always take the opportunity to hear the right hearing. Right thing, that is another option in our life to grow our development of our human being, grow our development of our society. We should always emphasize on right thing. Health and strength, when we have good health, good strength, then we can enough for our society, enough for development of our individual. That is the main point. When we're talking about the sustainable development, first of all, we must be healthy. We must be strength. That is in this mantra, the prayer is given to that we must be healthy and we must be strength. And divine blessing and protection. Always we always ask for divine blessing and divine protection for that. There are basic question. When you call about the sustainable development, when you call about the human being development, or whatever the indigenous knowledge system or Indian knowledge system, there are some basic questions come to our mind. What is IQAC? Why IQAC? Why now come to this word very frequently? Why IQAC? And who are the targeted people for that indigenous knowledge system or Indian knowledge system? Who is the targeted people? What's the relation of ancient texts with IQAC? That is the question come to our mind. What are those manuscripts of IQAC? Where from we get the knowledge? What is the significant contribution? What is the significant manuscript? Very good learning, very good knowledge from that question. What are the basic fields or focus areas of IQAC? How its relevance is present time? That is the question. How IQAC promotes cultural heritage? That is another question. The last question is that are the objective of IQAC will be fulfilled or not? That is a very important question of our mind. I think about so it's a major objective. If we're talking about the Indian knowledge system, talking about the indigenous knowledge system, or talking about the Sanskrit knowledge system, that's a major objective come out of mind. What's the objective behind this? What's the framework behind this? Preserving and promotion India's heritage. If we go to the sustainable development, therefore we know about our history. That is why preserving and promoting India's heritage is a very important point for its objectives. That's the important one. Second major objective is that holistic and multidisciplinary education. When you talk about the indigenous knowledge system, talk about the Indian knowledge system, that's very important point, the holistic and multidisciplinary education. We should think about or bring about the holistic and multidisciplinary education for the development of for human growth and social growth or sustainable development. Next objective is the encouraging critical thinking and innovation. If we don't take about the critical thinking, what is that? Ancient knowledge system, that modern system is that if we don't about the critical thinking on that, not research-oriented method is that, then we do not. That is why major objective, I guess, is that encouraging critical thinking and innovation. how we innovate anything from that ancient knowledge in the modern, with the technology of the modern sciences. Promoting research and knowledge creation is another major important point of IQAC. And supporting sustainable development, which is related with our present seminar. How we could elaborate, accompany with the ancient knowledge to a modern science with a sustainable development. Just I lied about the traditional Indian practices in agriculture. What the field? What are those fields where you can take the sustainable development works from taking the knowledge from ancient knowledge, taking the ancient part, how could survive or how to grow these areas. Areas is agriculture. In ancient manuscript, there are lots of presentation about the agricultural system. Can you take this? Can you take this, brought this from to modern? That's the main point. Water management. Various examples are there in Vedas, in Puranas, and Mahabharata Ramayana. There's ample references there. Or Jadam sir and Madam Ocho took this method, took this in introduction speech. So many lots of information are there regarding water management policy. That policy could you adopt in present day? That's the question. Healthcare and ecology, open to sustainable principle. What IQAC do? What is the motto of IQAC in this topic? IQAC can contribute valuable perspectives towards addressing modern environmental and developmental challenges, taking point of the ancient one. That's the main motto. This is the coin of IQAC. I leave this. Character IQAC. How we got this knowledge? Because it's manuscript one. How we get the manuscript of ancient studies for the modern person? That is a process. With that process, we get this knowledge. Through oral and written tradition, we get the ancient heritage in the modern time. Through oral and written tradition. Multidimensional perspectives, concise and specific knowledge, that is a concise sutra style, is very template style. Pattern of IQAC literature shows that a single word can very similar ideas of spiritual, religious, secular practice. You will go to the one book. That's the Ramayana. It's a knowledge of all technical. Not only religious book, it is a knowledge of agriculture, it is knowledge of ethics, moral values, and moral of environmental awareness. All are there. Book is one, it is multidisciplinary book. All type of knowledge are engaged in such type of books. The presentation style, sutras, and the descriptive styles we got. So what's the method theme of IQAC where we can do the research for sustainable development? This is the method themes where we can get the knowledge, ancient knowledge, and through which we can go ahead for our sustainable development. This is the themes where we can take these points for ancient time, holistic medicine wellness. In ancient time, what is the purpose of holistic medicine and wellness formulas are there, and how would you tackle this from modern times? That is the theme. That is we can research. That's the point where we can take a research from ancient to modern science for holistic development. Indian psychology and yoga, that is another basic point. IQAC approach for economic governance and political systems. What is the political system of ancient, and what is the modern system? We can amalgamate this for our development. IQAC approaches for management and leadership. What are these management system? What are modern management system? We can compare it with that. IQAC approaches for law and jurisdiction. IQAC based approaches of artistic tradition. IQAC based approaches of philosophical tradition. These are basic points. These are the areas. These are the ancient areas where you can take this research for sustainable development on modern technology, use of modern technology. This is the areas. I just pointed out those areas. IQAC approach for development and management of water resources. What are the ecosystem and what are the new modern system? You can compare it. IQAC approaches to conserve biodiversity and ecological protection. Jagannath Barooah told that. Indian sports and martial arts, that is another big point to be discussed. Architectural engineering, town planning, civil engineering, Vastu and Shilpashastra, all are there in ancient India. All are those points are in the Indian knowledge system. But how can they take it? How can take these points to modern science? Sustainable agriculture and food preservation method. Now, very important point. Ancient preservation system and modern preservation system. We can analyze it, compare it. Novel materials, meteorology, material sciences, observation, astronomy and calendar system, shipbuilding, navigation and marine tradition, mathematics, mensuration and astronomy by India, chemistry in India, IQAC documentation and creation of glossaries of IQAC term using the traditional primary text, IQAC approaches to Briksha and Posu Chikitsa, plant and animal disease protection. These are the various fields. I give the points for you to various fields where we can take research for growth and development of modern society. We can take this information from an ancient manuscript and amalgamate it to the modern and take this at the modern way. This is the main objective behind the IQAC. These are the main objectives, basic objectives that this ancient areas and we can compare it to modern areas. These are the basic points, some of the basic points, not all of that. I have targeted you with some of the basic points where you can take some research works. But the amalgamate two areas, ancient and modern. Just now I am going some focus areas, where focus areas are given the indigenous knowledge system. Where the focus areas? What the focus area? What korimami? Kiki korimami? What korim? What is the areas? Health and healing. There is a one area focus area. Jota mi ki koribo paro IQAC to indigenous knowledge system to use koribo. Sapon kita kiki traditional medicine. This is traditional medicine. Traditional medicine to ki asile amar. এতিয়া আমি কি কৰিব গৈ আছো herbal remedies, natural therapies, these the areas, focus areas. Spiritual healing and rituals, rituals বিলাকে আমাক কি দিয়ে mental health দিয়ে কেনেকৈ mental health is the area কেনেকৈ আমি mentally health হ'ব পাৰো how to bring the health mentally that's the area. Preventive healthcare practice, community based care system, yoga and meditation. These are coming, health and healing. Another areas are there. I am not good to all. That's agriculture and food security. This is a major focus area where you can use that indigenous knowledge system. Where this is the areas. Environmental management for sustainable development, we can take these points for another. These are focus areas. Conservation, forest, water, wildlife. কেনেকৈ protect কৰিছে আগতে এতিয়া কেনেকৈ কৰিব নোৱাৰো আমি that is the points. Education and knowledge transmission, that's a focus area of Indian knowledge system or Indian knowledge system. That's the focus area. Culture and identity, আমি cultural identity নহলে আমি আগবাঢ়িব নোৱাৰো. We can never, আমি নিজৰ কালচাৰটো নাৰাখিলে আমি কেতিয়াও আগবাঢ়িব নোৱাৰো. That is not there. গতিকে আমি কেনেকৈ প্ৰিজাৰ্ভ কৰিম that is another area. Governance and conflict resolution. That's another focus area. How governance is that? What's the conflict area is that? Economic practice and livelihoods. Economic practice and livelihoods. Very major areas. Taking from the ancient, the modern thinking. Very important for the holistic family structure. Very important point. Holistic family structure. নিজে যদি আমি শান্তিত থাকিব নোৱাৰো আমি কেতিয়াও কাম কৰিব নোৱাৰো আমি যদি নিজে সুখী নহয় বেলেগৰ পৰা সুখ আমি এক্সপেক্ট কৰিব নোৱাৰো মই যদি নিজৰ ওয়ার্ক প্লেছত সুখী নহয় আনন্দিত নহয় মই কেনেকৈ কি কৰিম বেলেগৰ পৰা সুখটো কেনেকৈ আনিব পাৰিম সো IQAC knowledge focus area is the holistic family structure আমাৰ family structure বিলাকৰ কাৰণে প্ৰবলেমটো হৈ গৈছে আমি এটা জয়েন্ট ফ্যামিলিৰ পৰা অকমান সৰু সৰু ফ্যামিলিত আহি গৈছো আমার ঘর কোনো নাই এতিয়া ককা নাই আইতা নাই আমার কোনো নাই এতিয়া কার পৰা লম নলেজ where from this is areas very important যদি আমি ঘৰখন holistic নহয় সদায় যদি কাজিয়া হয় আমি সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টৰ কথা কৈ লাভ নাই নাথিং ইজ মোৰ নিজৰ ঘৰৰ পৰা যদি মই শান্তি নাপাওঁ এই সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপ কৈ লাভ নাই আকৌ দেখছে মেমৰি কেনেকৈ কৰিব পাৰো জানিছে আগত কি আছিল কেইটামান পইণ্ট মই বুজাইছো মই some points are there. The family becomes a primary education institution. That is the motto. Spiritual balance within the family. Spiritual balance is seen as essential for overall wellness. লগলৈ আমাৰ ফেমিলিত ভাল হ'বই লাগিব এটা এই থাকিব লাগিব provides moral and spiritual guidance caring for elderly within household ensure collective care decision making and responsibility shared economic responsibility dialogue and reconciliation maintaining unity rather than punishment আমি সৰু ল'ৰা আছে কিবা ক'লে পানিশমেন্ট দি দিওঁ আগতে এইটো চিষ্টেম নাছিল that is not that increase mental health and wellness কেনেকৈ বঢ়াব পাৰো that is the main motto just 1 minute or 2 minutes long there is 18 theoretical knowledge in ancient India where we get the knowledge what is talking about the manuscript of ancient India ক'ত আছে এইবিলাক বস্তু সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টৰ কথা কি ক'বলৈ কৈছো ক'ত আছে কিতাপবিলাকক আমি ভাগ কৰি আছে ইনসেন্স there are theoretical and practical applied sciences theoretical sciences আজিকালি যেনেকুৱা আছে basic science and applied science আগতো আছে দেখিছো আগতো আছিল these 18 are the theoretical pure sciences 18 বিদ্যাস this is called অষ্টাদশ বিদ্যা 18 বিদ্যা কি আছিল ইয়াতে 4 বেদস 4 subsidiary বেদস total 18 Ayurveda, Dharmaveda, Gandharvaveda, Silpaveda. Purana. Nyaya is a logic, book on logic. Mimamsa. Mimamsa is a critical thinking, book on critical thinking. Dharmasastra, book on laws, law, ritualism. And Vedanga. Vedanga, 6 Vedangas are there, related with the Vedas. There are 18 technical, theoretical knowledge in ancient India. These are 18. 18 theoretical. Ramayana Mahabharata will go to Dharmasastra, coming in the Dharmasastra section. Ramayana Mahabharata, I mean, Dharmasastra, coming to Dharmasastra section. So all are 18 theoretical disciplines. And there are some applied sciences also. In ancient India, there are 64 applied sciences. I mean, then again, the applied science, theoretical, basic science, but they are still 64 applied. First example 2 or 3, Gita Vidya, which is called Gita Vidya, art of singing. This is applied sciences. Last is the Kesha Vidya. This is the art of painting of the face and body and color. Art of face. I mean, also applied sciences. There are so many sciences out there. This 64 is number. So art of carpentry, chemistry goes there, this is art. This 64 applied sciences. These are the applied sciences. Vastu Vidya, we know the Vastu, the art of engineering. They are the applied sciences. These all are the 16 forms of applied sciences. Category is the finance, there are 9 applied sciences. Textile, fashion, and jewelry, there are 9 applied sciences. Recreation, entertainment, 8. Hospital and lifestyle 8, communication language 7, science, technology, engineering, medicine, the 6 type of business are there. Domestic arts 4, construction 3, military, etc., etc. There are altogether 64 number of applied sciences found in ancient India. So these are basic manuscripts. There are 18 theoretical knowledge and 64 the applied knowledge, where knowledge can crown, and we could amalgamate from ancient to modern. That is the main motto of IQAC. That is the main motto. How we amalgamate ancient and modern. I take not much time. Is that literature of that's the literature of IQAC from Arunda Upanishad books, and this is the list. Repeat or something of what is those corpus. 18 Upanishad books are there. The huge number of books of Upanishad are found. The knowledge are there. What do you of the Saregama Padanisa? Who's no Sangit? Classical song, anybody? Classical Sangit, Saregama, Sastra Sangit, Hindustani Sastra Sangit, coming from the Samaveda. Is coming from the Samaveda. Sare, this is called Ma is Maithama. Gandharo, Ga is the Gandharo. This is the sword, Sapta sword. It is coming from Samaveda. Atharva is the modern sciences. Some of the topical modern sciences they are in Atharva, just like building construction, trade and commerce, statecraft, finance, property rights. These are in the modern technological science are in Atharva. All are in the Atharva. These are Botanical literature, epics, Puranic. I have given the list. So literature, philosophical literature are there. Naya Sankho. Other philosophical traditions are Buddha, Jaina, Sarvako. Important works, Prabhusutra, Naito Sastra, all are technical books of ancient India. Mathematical books are there. There are Arjabhata, Surya Siddhanta. These are mathematical books in ancient India where are theoretical, astronomical are found. Can we amalgamate this? That is our question. I guess motto is that can we amalgamate from the Surya Siddhanta to the new mathematics? From Lilavati to that, from Astrosaja to Nima. This is the main topic. Medicinal books are there, Soroka and Susruta, Nita, the Ayurvedic books are there. Most of them by I mentioned to only. Economical government also Sastra by Kautilya, Manusmriti by Monu. These are the economical or governance books. Linguistics books are there. Linguistics are Ostate Panini, Diagon books are there. Arts and aesthetic, Naito Sastra, Vatsayana Kama Sutra is there. Architecture books here, Vihat Samhita. These are the completely theoretical knowledge or applied sciences in the ancient India. So actually, this is the point where we come to some points we can really learn from, I guess, the self-realization. I mean, we know yourself. নিজৰ পটেনচিয়েলিটি কিমান আছে সেইখিনি আগতে জানিব লাগিব আমি তাৰপিছত মই আহিব পাৰিম সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট কথা কথা মোৰ কিমানখিনি পটেনচিয়েলিটি আছে দ্যাটস ইম্পৰ্টেন্ট ফৰ self realization. So these are the some points we can learn from our Indian knowledge system or indigenous knowledge system. These are the some topics which can come from our Indian knowledge system. I conclude my seminar. Last one is the Santipat. Our Osanto ma'am, when you give the lecture, madam, I censor madam. She spoke about the peace of entirety, peace about the all objects. This means good শান্তি আছে সবতে শান্তিৰ কামনা কৰা হৈছে সবৰ পৰা শান্তি পালেহে আমি শান্তি পাওঁ গোটেইবিলাক বস্তুৰ পৰা যদি শান্তি নাহে আমি শান্তি নাপাওঁ গতিকে এই মন্ত্ৰ দিনটা মন্ত্ৰ from Vedas বাইবেল এইটো কথাই কৈছে যে গোটেইবিলাক বস্তুৰ পৰা শান্তি বিচৰা হৈছিলে তো শান্তি আকাশখন শান্তি হৈ যাব আকাশখন ভালে থাকিলে আমি থাকিব পাৰিম অন্তৰিক্ষ শান্তি অন্তৰিক্ষৰ ওজন স্তর ওজন সেইখিনি ঠাই যদি ঠিকে থাকে আমি ঠিকে থাকিব পাৰিম হিউম্যান বিং পৃথিৱী শান্তি পৃথিৱীখন ভালে থাকক যাদৱ পায়েঙে যিটো কথা কৈছে পৃথিৱীখন যদি ভালে নাথাকে we cannot survive আমি সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টৰ কথা ভাবিব লাগিব আবহাওয়া শান্তি আপো মিন্স পানী পানীখিনি ভালে থাকিব লাগিব শান্তি ভালে থাকিব লাগিব ঔষধ মিন্স সৰু সৰু যিবিলাক গছ গছনি আছে সৰু সৰু ধানৰ গাড়ী সৰু সৰু গছ গছনিবিলাক যে আছে দিছকল ঔষধয় বনস্পতি ডাঙৰ গছবিলাক বিগ বিগ ট্ৰিজ গোটেইবিলাক যাতে পিছ শান্তিত থাকক তেতিয়াহে উই গেট পিছ and বিশ্বেদেৱ শান্তি all God শান্তি সৰ্বং শান্তি গোটেইবিলাক যদি শান্তি থাকিব তেতিয়াহে we can take this opportunity take peace. With this I conclude my presentation, the sustainable development and relation with the ancient knowledge system. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sir Russell, for your insightful presentation. You have encapsulated the knowledge right from agriculture to astronomy, how the ocean of Indian knowledge system is rich. So this is a beautiful presentation. Our audience has got a what are the things to learn about Indian knowledge system? Well, now, without delay, I'm calling the presenters. Our first paper is a reflection of environmental awareness and oral tradition with reference to Sassomi Marble and analytical study. The authors are Jagannath Barooah, Parishmita Gogoi, and Pranami Boniam. Please come forward for presentation. Good afternoon, everyone present here, respected guests, elders, and my dear fellow mates. Today, I, Jagannath Barooah, along with my co-presenter Parishmita Gogoi, going to present our presentation titled Reflection of Environmental Awareness and Oral Tradition, with reference to Sassomi Marble and Analytical Study. Sassomi Marble is a significant biodiversity hotspot in Dibrugarh district of Assam. It is an important wetland that is not only significant for its rich ecology, but also important culturally, socially for the surrounding communities. The objective of our paper are to study the relationship between environmental awareness and oral tradition. And also we aim to study how this folklore and the traditional knowledge system contribute in environmental conservation practices. With these objectives, we have selected Sassomi Marble as our study area, as it provides a strong connection between nature, culture, and environment, community-based environmental understanding. It is located in Dibrugarh district of Upper Assam and influenced by Boriding River, and also it formed as Oxbow Lake due to several changes of river's course. Moreover, the wetland includes a large part of water body and surrounding by forest patches, grassland, and wetland habitats. Moreover, this rich ecology, the wetland is also closely connected with the traditional knowledge and folklore of the local communities, which plays a crucial role as a reflection of environmental values. The natives follows the folklore of Jalpur or the water deity and deity idol. According to the legend, once around the Bareghar Hatra, water began to emerge and spread around the surrounding villages, while the Bareghar Hatra remained unaffected. At that time, the Hatradikar or the high priest of Bareghar Hatra had dreamed of water deity or the Jalkwar, in which dream the water deity revealed his intention to marry Diti Idol, the daughter of the Hatradikar of Bareghar Hatra. Otherwise, he threatened the Hatradikar that he will destroy the whole place along with the Bareghar Hatra. Out of fear, And to save the places, he sent his daughter to the water deity. It creates a sense of respect and fear of water bodies by promoting them as powerful and sacred and sacred. This folklore encourages people not to pollute or misuse water sources and encourage the idea that nature should protect it and balance. The later part will discuss by First Meta. Now, I would like to move with the scientific insights of the Sassoni Marble. Sassoni Marble is a rich wetland ecosystem that supports a wide variety of the plants, animals, birds, and the insects, making it one of the most important biodiversity hotspots in the region. The wetland provides food, water, shelter, and the breeding grounds for the many species, helping to maintain the ecological importance. One of the most remarkable features of the Sassoni Marble is its rich bird life. It mainly attracts both the resident and the migratory birds, especially during the winter season. Sassoni Marble is also more than just a wetland, as it is an important part of the daily life, culture, and the economy of the surrounding communities. For generations, people have been dependent on the wetland for their livelihood, making it a clear example of the close relationship between the nature and the human. Ecotourism also plays a vital role in the protection of the environment of the Sassoni Marble. Initiatives such as the Sassoni Marble Ecotourism Project is considered to be one of the pioneering community-based ecotourism initiatives in Assam. This project was established in 2010 with the aim of conserving the wetland rich biodiversity while promoting the sustainable tourism and improving their livelihood of the common people. Moving towards the findings of the seminar paper, the local folklore and the traditional beliefs have played an important role in the role of protecting the natural environment of the Sassoni Marble for the generations. Stories, legends, and the traditional cultural traditions connected with the wetland encourages the people to respect the nature and live in harmony with it. The Sassoni Marble Ecotourism Project, as I mentioned earlier, also plays a significant role in the conservation of the wetland and the spreading awareness about its ecological importance. The project mainly encourages the people to appreciate the beauty and value the wetland while ensuring that tourism activities do not harm the environment. By promoting the responsible tourism, it also helps to protect the habitat of the many species of birds, fish, and other wildlife. With the conclusion of the paper, we can say that Sassoni Marble is a remarkable example of the relationship between the environmental awareness along with the folklore of the Jalkur as its significant oral tradition, while supporting the local livelihoods. Therefore, Sassoni Marble reminds us that combining the traditional wisdom with the modern conservation effort is essential for protecting the nature and ensuring a sustainable life. Thank you.
Query from any query for this paper? Like any books or কিবা publish হৈছে নেকি আৰু জলকৰ কাহিনী ক'ত পালা তোমালোকে? Where you get the জলকৰ story of জলকৰ?
It's a legend and very famous throughout the local areas.
Local areas. Any মানে লিখা আছে নে কথাটো কৰবাত?
এনেকে লিখা নাই, but articles throughout publish হৈছে.
ইয়াত দিছা নেকি ৰেফাৰেন্স কিবা কেনে ৰেফাৰেন্স? দিছা? জলকৰ এইটো ক'ত আছে? কোনখন কিতাপত আছে? মৰোত্তম মন্ত্ৰখনত নেকি?
Sir, জলকৰ কাহিনীটো হিচাপে আমি we have interviewed the people And let's come to the conclusion of this story.
Able to reference to the when you get to your madam also you are part of the paper. Madam also part of proname bonia. Madam, yeah. When you get a remote amane, you have reference to the জলকৰটো স্পেচিয়েলি মেনশ্যন কৰা হৈছে তো মানে আৰু কিতাপখনত মানে যিটো ৱৰ্ক চাইটেড আছে ৰেফাৰেঞ্চ টাইপটো নাই ৰেফাৰেঞ্চটো লাগিব পেপাৰখনত ৰেফাৰেঞ্চটো নাই তাৰমানে ৱৰ্ক চাইটেডটো আছে কোনো ৱৰ্কছত গোটেই ৱৰ্ক চাইটেড হৈ আছে কিন্তু ৰেফাৰেঞ্চেছ মানে ইয়াত এইবিলাক যিটো ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল বস্তু ক'ৰবাৰ শুনি কোৱা হৈছে কাৰ পৰা শুনি কোৱা হৈছে যাৰ পৰা কোৱা হৈছে নাম্বাৰ 1 নাম্বাৰ 2% 3% কাৰ পৰা লোৱা হৈছে ডিটেইলছটো লাগিব এইখিনি বস্তু তেতিয়া এই পেপাৰটো ছাকচেছফুল আৰু এটা কথা পেজ নম্বৰ 5 biodiversity point of 4.3 এই পেপাৰখনৰ কথা কৈছো মই ইয়াত কোৱা নাই পেপাৰখন আছে নে পেপাৰখন আছে হাতত আছে হা মোক দিছে হাতত নাই ইয়াতে যেটা তোমালোকে কপি কৰিলা উইকিপিডিয়াৰ পৰা কাৰেক্ট নকৰিলা উইকিপিডিয়া যেনেকৈ আছে তেনেকৈ এইখিনি কপি পেষ্ট কৰিলা ইয়াতে বুজিছানে উইকিপিডিয়াৰ পৰা এইখিনি কপি কৰিলা মানে কপি পেষ্ট কৰি দিলা ইয়াতে কোনে কৰিছে তো তুমিতো কৰিছা কোনোবা এটা কৰিছে তো এইটো নকৰে জেনেৰেলি এইটো কপি পেষ্ট হৈছে এইটো প্লেগেৰিজম বুলি কয় বুজাই দিছো তুমি হোৱাট ইজ প্লেগেৰিজম বুজি পাইছানে এইটো তুমি উইকিপিডিয়া যেনেকৈ আছে তেনেকৈ হৈছে বুজি পাইছানে এইটো কাম নকৰিবা হৈ দিব গৈ পেপাৰ মেথডলজি কৰি দিব মেথডলজি পেপাৰ অকণমান প্ৰব্লেম আছে বাইদেৱে কৰি দিব পিছত কৰি দিব ঠিক আছে থেংক ইউ ভেৰি মাছ নেক্সট পেপাৰ
Thank you, Jagannath Barooah, for Smita Gogoi and Pradami Monia Madam. Our next paper is Women Self-Help Groups and the Commercialization of Traditional Knowledge, Implications for Sustainable Rural Development in Assam. Authors are Nilakshi Datta and Disha Sharma. Please come forward.
One of you. Sorry, good afternoon. Respected chairperson, all the dignitaries, and all my fellow participants present here. So I am Lisha Sharma, former student of JB University Department of Commerce. Today, I will present our research paper on the topic self-help groups and the commercialization of traditional knowledge, implications for sustainable rural development in Assam, Northeast India. To begin with, let me briefly introduce the key concepts for understanding the study. So first of all, we have known that the self-help group have emerged as a powerful instrument of rural transformation. They are not only strengthened the economic position of women, but also empowers them socially and psychologically. Through collective action, women gain access to financial resources, develop leadership quality, and become active contributors of the local development. Assam is blessed with a rich heritage of traditional knowledge that reflected in its various traditional-based products and practices. These traditions are not merely cultural assets, but also they are valuable economic resources. To preserve this knowledge and based on the products, on such knowledge, commercialization is one of the way to preserve such knowledge and all of the products based on such knowledge. By commercialization, it will be helpful in preserving the traditional knowledge, sustain the knowledge for future generations, and reach to a global market. Women are the primary custodians of this traditional knowledge. Through self-help groups, they are preserving these age-old skills while adapting them to modern market demand. Like this, we can say that the self-help group acts as a bridge between tradition and development. As women engage in such entrepreneurial activities, they can get their overall development. NRLM, which stands for National Rural Livelihood Mission, is a flagship program under the Government of India that aims to reduce the poverty by organizing the women self-help groups and promoting for sustainable livelihood opportunities. It empowers the rural women through financial inclusion, skill development, and entrepreneurial support. Next, these are the objectives of our study to examine the role of women self-help groups in the commercialization of traditional knowledge and its based products in Assam, to analyze the contribution of traditional knowledge-based enterprises managed by the women self-help groups towards sustainable rural development and livelihood opportunities, to examine the impact of self-help groups on women's socio-economic empowerment and sustaining indigenous cultural heritage. And last one is to identify the major challenges of women self-help groups and suggest the measures for promoting women-led traditional knowledge-based enterprises in Assam. So this is the methodology that we take. For this study, we adopted a descriptive and quantitative research design. The analysis is based on the secondary data only, which is collected from various sources like research journals, books, different government reports, NRLM and SRLM official websites, etc. These are some of the review of literature where we take the help for understanding the details of our study and about the topic for our research paper. So this from here we start the discussion point. First one is traditional knowledge and its based products of Assam. So first of all, we have to know that what is traditional knowledge and what are the traditional products. Traditional knowledge refers to those indigenous knowledge and practices that inherited from ancestors, that is, from one generation to another. It passed down through experience, customs, and cultural tradition. By using the traditional knowledge of a specific region or area, the products are developed which are known as the traditional based products. Means the products which are developed on the basis of the traditional knowledge, these products we say that the traditional products. These goods are made by using locally available resources, traditional skills and knowledge, and community wisdom. Such products reflect the identity of a community or a culture. Means through the traditional products of Assam, we can get the reflection of Assam or identity of Assam through this product. When we see in case of Assam, Assam has a diverse range of indigenous knowledge-based products which act as a preserve or reflects our own tradition, culture. This includes handloom and textile products, which includes muka silk, eri silk, path silk, gamusa, etc. Then bamboo and cane handicraft, which includes baskets, furniture, decorative items, fishing equipment, etc. Then traditional food products, which includes different types of pickles. Then our Assamese tradition, sira, pitha, etc. These items. Then herbal and medicinal products. This includes herbal remedies, medicinal plant-based products, etc. And we also get bell metal craft items, which includes traditional utensils, decorative items, etc. So traditional knowledge-based GI tech products of Assam, such as muga silk, eri silk, Jorhat rice, Karbi Anglong, ginger, etc., which have commercialized through the self-help groups, enhancing cultural preservation and women's overall development. Through the different kind of initiatives, such as taken by Assami brand, then Assam State Rural Livelihood Mission, etc., this promote our own Assam's traditional based products via different types of exhibitions, Saras Mela,
Assami marts, etc., with a aim to go expanding market access and promoting rural women enterprises globally. Then this is the meaning of commercialization. So commercialization, the commercialization is the process of bringing the products or services to the market.
We go to cylinders. What's the cylinder?
Okay, sir. So these are the other points. I have also mentioned some success stories also. The women who are successes through the self-help groups, and these are some data, and these are the challenges and the policy recommendations. So the first, we can consider the limited finance, credit access, and inadequate infrastructure. So then here, our local women means in case of Assam, the women's self-help groups often do not get enough money or loans to expand their business. Then weak branding, packaging, quality certification, and technological upgradation, which reduce product competitiveness, poor market linkage, limited export opportunities.
Okay, Lisa, thanks for your presentation. Any query?
Not a query actually. Your paper was is okay, fine, good presentation. But one suggestion is there, that is, I have actually seen some grammatical mistakes here.
Okay.
Okay, you have to take care of those grammatical mistakes, because if you are going to publish this paper somewhere, you have to be very careful.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. For example, just one example, shelf and word mentioned as HE, which is not acceptable actually. So please be careful this time.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
It is a general paper actually. Just comment 1 minute comments is that. It's a general topics.
Yes.
When you choose a topic for your research, then you go to one particular topic.
Okay.
মানে মই ক'ব বিচাৰিছো কি এখন সেলফ হেল্প গ্ৰুপ জেনেৰেল সেলফ গ্ৰুপ আসলে কোনটো টপিক পইণ্টৰ ওপৰত বা বিস্কিট ফেক্টৰী গোটেইখিনি মানে মিক্স কৰাই দিছা পাইছানে গতিকে একো আউটকামটো তেনেকে নলাব পেপাৰটো তুমি মুগা এটা যোৱা যায় কোন সেলফ হেল্প গ্ৰুপ মুগা বনায় কোন সেলফ হেল্প গ্ৰুপে বিস্কুট বনায় তেওঁলোকৰ চেলেঞ্জ কি অকল বিস্কুট ফেক্টৰীত যোৱা প্ৰত্যেকৰ চেলেঞ্জ বেলেগ বেলেগ তুমি মুগাৰ চেলেঞ্জ বেলেগ হ'ব বিস্কুটৰ চেলেঞ্জ বেলেগ হ'ব মাছৰ চেলেঞ্জ বেলেগ হ'ব কাপোৰৰ চেলেঞ্জ বেলেগ হ'ব গতিকে তুমি এই গোটেইখিনিকে লগ কৰি দিছা পেপাৰ তোমাৰ সেলফ হেল্প গ্ৰুপে কি কৰি দিছে এইখিনি বুজি পাইছা তো হোৱাট ইজ মাই পইণ্ট যেতিয়া টেক এ ৰিচাৰ্চ পেপাৰ to go one simple point and elaborate this objective, what is the challenges, what is the benefits. That is the way. In future, when you take a research paper, you go to simple points. Dog no call, general.
So specific points.
Specific points of view. Specific.
Research methodology has given there is no primary data collection. Only you have written the paper entirely on secondary data collection.
Not study also.
Selected some specific area.
No questionnaire, no field study. And the general observation, the general knowledge. Okay. When you take this paper, it's to a small topic.
Okay.
When you can develop this. Okay, thank you very much. Next paper now.
Lisa Sharma and Meenakshi Datta. Our next presenter is Queen Sunwal. This number one. Her teacher title, Ecocentric Tradition in Ancient India, a study on Krishi Parasara through the lens of deep ecology.
respected chairperson, esteemed faculties of JP University and as well as other colleges and university, and respected research scholars and fellow presenters. A warm good afternoon to all of you. I am Queen Sonwal from the Department of History, Jagannath Barooah University. Today I am going to present a paper on ecocentric tradition in ancient India, a study on Krishi Parashara through the lens of deep ecology. So, in the age of ecological degradation, the relationship between human and nature necessitates a reconsideration or a different perspective. Prior to the 1970s, the Western intellectual attitude while looking at the environmental crisis was dominated by the anthropocentric paradigm, which emphasizes human interest and human superiority over the nature. And this perspective is challenged by the philosophy of deep ecology by a Norwegian philosopher, Arne Nash, shifting the focus from hierarchical worldview to an interconnected and more ethically grounded relationship with nature. And the relationship between human beings and the nature attracted the seers of Vedic period in a manner incomparable to any other religion and cultural and traditions of world. And while contemplating the creation, which led them to focus on the five material causes of creation, that is Pancha Mahabhuta, Prithvi, Earth, Apa, water, Teja, Agni, light, Akash, space, and Vayu, air. And these five Mahabhutas are cosmic elements which create nurture and sustain all forms of life. And after death or decay, they absorb what was created earlier. Thus, they play an important role in preserving and sustaining the environment. The art is venerated and given the same respect as one's own mother. And it was mentioned in the Bhumi Shukta of Atharva Veda. And this environmental consciousness is further reflected in the Puranas and Mahakavyas as well. Thus, the ancient Indian tradition offers an ecosophy, or we can say eco-philosophy, that emphasizes a non-anthropocentric attitude. So, nature is seen with reference, manifesting a global vision of ecological holism in which every organism is woven into a fabric of interdependent harmony. Instead of seeing farming as a tool to gain profit, the text, please read Krishi Parashara here. The Krishi Parashara treats agriculture as a way to live in balance with universe and act as a responsible protector of the earth. By situating the text within an ecocentric perspective, the study aims to explore how its prescription embody the intrinsic value of nature, emphasizes the interdependence between human beings and the natural world, and advocate an ethical responsibility towards the preservation of ecological balance and environmental harmony. So the objective of my paper is to understand the principles of deep ecology by Arne Nash, and I'm mainly highlighting the 8 basic principles that was mentioned by Arne Nash. To analyze the second objective is to analyze the agronomical and ecological principles in Krishi Parashara using Arne Nash's framework of deep ecology, and to examine how traditional practices reflects non-anthropocentric values and animal ethics. So now let us look at what is deep ecology. So deep ecology is a movement, and the first line, the first one, it was quoted from Arne Nash's article, which touch upon principles of diversity, complexity, autonomy, and decentralization, symbiosis, egalitarianism, and classlessness. So the deep ecology is a movement which advocates for biospherical egalitarianism, which speaks for the equality for everybody. And the main 8 principles are here. The well-being and flourishing of human and non-human life on earth have value in themselves. And second is the richness and diversity of life forms contribute to the relation of these values and are also values in themselves. Third is human beings have no right to reduce this richness and diversity except to satisfy vital needs. And the flourishing of human life and cultures is compatible with with a substantial decrease of the human population. And current human interference with the non-human world is excessive and the situation is rapidly worsening. And policies must be there for change, and these policies affect basic economic, technological and ideological structure. And the ideological change is mainly that of appreciating life quality rather than adhering to an increasingly higher standard of living. And those who subscribe to the foregoing points have an obligation directly or indirectly to try to implement the necessary changes. And here, Nays mainly highlighted the principle that highlights the importance of deep questioning as the process by which to follow, develop, enact, and the other principles. So, now let us look at what is Krishi Parasara. As everyone knows, it was related with agriculture. So, it is a notable work on agriculture practice, and a text which contains 243 verses written for Krishakanam Hitarthaya, that is the benefit of the farmers. And it contains the importance of rain for for the survival of the crops, the meteorological data, and direction on the management of drought animals, and agricultural implements and the processes like procuring seeds, plowing, sowing, weeding, leveling, transplanting, and water management and plant protection. So from here, I'm trying to look at and analyze how deep ecological elements are included in Krishi Parasara. So, in Krishi Parasara, it is mentioned that farming is blessed and sacred, and even a learned Brahmin or wealthy possesses nothing of value in the absence of food. So, the text advocates for the production process rooted in sustainability, where the earth, water, animals, and all interconnected living beings possess inherent rights to protection throughout the farming process. And the wisdom of Krishi Parasara is deeply rooted in the principle of dharma, viewing every entity as possessing its own inherent life and sanctity. This mirrors the foundational principle of RNA, which speaks for the presence of inherent value in a natural object. So the Krishi Parasara insisted the same opinion that the ecological elements of production are not merely utilities, but entities with intrinsic life. This respect for ecological element is reflected in the verse 83, where it is mentioned that an agriculturist who looks after the welfare of his cattle, visits his farm daily, has the knowledge of the seasons, is careful about the seeds, and is industrious, is rewarded with a harvest of all kinds and never perishes. So here, what Krishi Parasara said about the management of livestock. In Krishi Parasara, these values are embedded in the form of advices to the farmers for the spiritual and material benefit of their production, linking it with the welfare of the livestock. And in verse 84, it was mentioned that farm should be so tilled as not to cause any harm to the oxen. Crops procured at the cost of their well-being are condemned and serve no purpose. Along with the ethical attitude towards draught animals, the bullocks are advised to be keeping clean and strong cow shed, nourishing them with proper fodder and with the availability of proper air, water, and light. So Parasara speaks for the adjustment of agrarian technology and labor distribution in the line of biological carrying capacity and physical well-being of the livestock as well. So regarding the protection of seeds, it was mentioned that special emphasis is put on the quality of seeds. Verse 159 says uniform seeds produce excellent results. Then from verse 158 to 164, it was mentioned that use of local seeds through meticulous traditional conservation methods such as sun drying and protecting the grains from direct soil contact during the storage. Regarding meteorological knowledge, for which this text was particularly popular, the farming system in Krishi Parasara is connected with meteorological data, where rainfall is the main guide for what, where, and when to plant. While anthropogenic climate change has made the weather patterns unpredictable, the traditional ecological knowledge can offer methods for agricultural adoption. Here, a famous agriculturist, an agriculture scientist, Y.L. Nene remarks, Krishi Parasara has mentioned not one, but several methods for predicting rainfall in the whole year or part of the year and sudden showers. Each model was so simple that an ordinary farmer with basic knowledge of Saka calendar could learn it easily by memorizing the verses. So,
Okay, so
almost complete, sir. So I have the concluding part of it. So, RNA is the ecological movement and the ancient tenets of Krishi Parashara offers a transformative philosophical template to counter the violent and mechanistic paradigms of modern industrial agriculture. And here I like to quote Bandana Shiva. She says, agroecology is the scientific paradigm that covers all ancient sustainable and traditional farming systems that were based on ecological principles. These practices are usually only explained in traditional localized worldviews, such as knowledge passed down from generation to generation in tribal and indigenous communities. Agroecology is a very real alternative to the broken, violent paradigm of industrial chemical agriculture, where industrial agriculture sees nature as a dead matter or a machine. Agroecology injects life back into the earth, seeing her as a living, breathing being. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonal, for your nice presentation. The topic is very good. See for us on a relation with any suggestions from any? Yeah.
Thank you, Queen, for your nice presentation. So you have mentioned the concept of anthropocentrism in your paper. So what is your take on this perspective in the present day world in context of sustainable development? Because it suggests intrinsic worth of humans, right? That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
My one observation is that you combine this paper, the Krishi Parasaras and RNSS deep ecology. I couldn't understand that RNSS depend on Krishi Parasara, Krishi Parasara depend on RNSS deep ecology. Who does it?
Sir, actually, RNS was influenced by the ideas of Gandhi's as well. So it is in a way like in Western environmentalism, there was one concept is shallow ecology, other is deep ecology. In shallow ecology, we look at the look from the perspective of human, for the benefit of human. So in deep ecology, we look for the overall benefit of all human and non-human entities as well.
গোটেই পেপাৰখনতে কিবা এনেকে মিক্স আপ হৈ গৈছে
Yes, yes.
মানে কৃষি পৰাচৰক ললে আৰ্নেন আছে ডিপেন্ড হলে কাৰ কোনটো কি হৈছে তাৰমানে অলপ বুজাৰ অসুবিধা আছে উই শুড ক্লিয়াৰ দিছ ফাৰ্ষ্ট আৰু কৃষি পৰাচৰ বহুত কথা আছে যে লং বুক যে ভেৰি বিগ বুক তাত কোনখিনি ডিপ ইকোলজিৰ কথা কৈছে আৰু এইখিনি আৰ্নেন আছে হোৱাট ইজ ডিপেন্ডিং আৰ্নেন আছে ইকোলজি সিস্টেম and you also mentioned condemnatory remarks. You just comparative two books, not other than. This portion of Krishi Parasara is deep ecology on deep ecology and RNSS deep ecology is that. You comparison to and what is the significance in modern time? That should be a good paper. You mix up all these things. That is why it is very difficult to understand what is the actually main objective of this paper. You please take, when you publish this paper, you take this opportunity to see what portion of Krishi Parasara is very useful for deep ecology and what part of the RNSS influenced by this Krishi Parasara. And what is the objective and what is the future connectivity?
I have one question. Your primary text is Krishi Parasara and you have applied deep ecology concept that you approach here.
Yes.
So while trying to explain it, it seems like you have mixed some these things. And other thing is that the slides are very overcrowded. No, you should avoid these long quotations in the slides. Long quotations would even like slides. So.
ভালকে বনাইছে not methodological one. অকমান ঠিক কৰি গলে বেছি ভাল হ'ব. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Queen Singal. Our next presenter is Himashri Sharma. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to present my paper titled Storytelling as Ecological Consciousness, Indigenous Narratives of Nature and Resistance in Northeast India. So when we talk about environmental conservation, we often think of scientific solutions, climate policy, sustainability. However, long before these concepts entered academic discussions, indigenous communities of Northeast India has already developed ways of living in harmony with nature. This relationship with nature has been preserved through storytelling traditions such as myths, folklores, rituals, chants, oral traditions, and now in contemporary literature. This presentation examines how both oral and written literature from Northeast India contribute to ecological consciousness and becomes prominent voices of resistance against destruction and exploitation. Now, I would like to briefly highlight the objectives of this paper. So, the primary objective of this paper is to examine how indigenous storytelling traditions of Northeast India promote ecological consciousness and shape human relationship with nature. It also seeks to explore how oral narratives and contemporary literature represent environmental ethics. For this study, I have adopted a qualitative and interdisciplinary approach. This analysis is based on both oral and written literature traditions of Northeast India, including folktales, myths, selected works by writers such as Mabangdai, Temsulao, and Esther Kaya. Before discussing the text, it is important to understand the theoretical framework of this study, which I have kept really simple. It's eco-criticism. In simplest word, eco-criticism is the study of relationship between literature and environment. It examines how nature is represented in literary text, and it challenges the anthropocentric, that is, human-centered views. Here I have also added a very popular definition by Lawrence Pearl. And talking about the relevance, I think literature can never be irrelevant in the field of ecological consciousness, because literature is the reflection of the society, and nature is and will always remain an inseparable part of the society. Literature plays a very key role in promoting ecological knowledge, and as long as stories remain, as long as we are alive. And since childhood, we have always heard stories from our parents, grandparents, stories such as the lion and mouse stories, stories about kings and queens. And in all the stories, nature has always remained an inseparable part. Now, I will discuss the first part of my analysis, that is oral literature as ecological consciousness. So as I said, we all have grown up listening to stories, and oral narratives has been the first and the prominent one here. So even in the stories, as I said, nature always remains an inseparable part. Through these narratives, values such as respect for nature, ecological balance, and sustainable living are passed down from one generation to another. Here I have cited the most famous example for oral narratives, that is Purhiya and Hadhu by Lakshminath Barooah, of which Tezimola is a very significant story and I think known to every one of us. So this story also significantly represents the Assamese landscape and folklore as well as the natural elements. And the second part of my analysis focuses on written literature. Contemporary writers from Northeast India have inherited indigenous ecological values and transformed them into literary responses to modern environmental challenges. Writers such as Mamangdai, Temsulao, and Esther Kaya portray nature not merely as a setting, but as a vital part of identity, memory, and culture. Through poetry, fiction, and novels, these writers use literature as a means of ecological awareness. So I have cited this poem, very famous poem by Mamangdai. It's called Small Towns and River. And I have cited just the first paragraph for you guys to review. So in this lines, the small town surrounded by trees appears calm, timeless, and unchanged, despite the passing seasons. The references to death does not simply suggest loss, rather it reflects the cyclical nature of life, memory, and human existence. This reflects the indigenous ecological worldview that humans and nature are deeply interconnected, and that the loss of place can also mean the loss of identity. I have cited one more poem. This is by Temsulao, Soul Bird. And this is personally one of my most favorite poem. And the setting here is a rural setting. And it is interesting to understand the title of the poem. So, Soul Bird, in the Ao tribe, there is a belief that when a person dies, his or her soul takes the form of a bird or an insect. So, death for them is not something negative or loss. It is a process where they get a very higher spiritual place. And in this poem also, I have also tried to insert a picture. Nature is a very significant part. There is mention of birds, bamboos, uses of bamboos, and the feeling of community. And now I have also cited a novel. This is Bitter Wormwood by Esther and Kair. This is slightly different from the previous two poems that I have mentioned. Bitter Wormwood is a novel written in the backdrop of historical realities of the Naga freedom struggle. And through the stories of ordinary individuals, Kair presents the painful memories of war and violence. Here, Kair highlights the healing power of nature. Even the title itself, Wormwood, it's a herbal medicine, and the title itself is a medicinal plant known for its restorative properties. Moving on to the key findings of the paper. So the research reveals that storytelling functions as a powerful medium for developing ecological consciousness through myths, folklores, oral narratives, and literary text. Nature is portrayed as a living and sacred presence rather than a mere backdrop. To conclude, this study demonstrates that storytelling in Northeast India serves as a powerful medium for ecological preservation and resistance. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The research area will bostu ase janane. Research area mane ki janane. Etu to dodun to second semester no jano. PhD second semester. He keep on madam or brother khabar tisar brother leba guidance to. Jete research koribo joa jay research area ta thake. Ami kiman khini lom. তুই বহুতখিনি বস্তু কভাৰ কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিবলৈ নৰ্থ ইষ্টৰ গোটেই মিজোৰাম মেঘালয় অৰুণাচল গোটেই লৈছা তাৰ উপৰি তুমি ফক টেলছ লৈছা বৰিয়াৰ সাধু লৈছা এইফালে পয়েমো লৈছা ৰিচাৰ্চ এৰিয়া কিন্তু তুমি অকণমান বস্তু ল'বা বৰিয়াৰ সাধুকে লোৱাচোন অকল বৰিয়াৰ সাধুকে লৈ তাত আৰু তুমি কিহৰ কথা ক'বলৈ কৈছা বস্তুটো প্ৰিজাৰ্ভেশ্যন অফ ফৰেষ্ট না কনজাৰ্ভেশ্যন অফ ৰিভাৰ নে কিহৰ কথা ক'বলৈ কৈছা বস্তুটো বহুত বস্তু আছে বৰিয়াৰ সাধুতে বহুত এক্সাম্পল আছে এটা বস্তু লোৱা তাৰে যে প্ৰিজাৰ্ভেশ্যন অফ নেচাৰ কনজাৰ্ভেশ্যন অফ ফৰেষ্ট পলিউটেড ফ্ৰম ৰিভাৰ কিবা এটা সেইটো বস্তু বৰিয়াৰ সাধুত তেনেকে সেইটো অকণমান ৰিচাৰ্চ শুড বি এ 1 পইণ্ট কিন্তু ইট উইল ডাবল এফৰ্ট পাইছা বেছিকৈ ৰিচাৰ্চ এৰিয়া বুজি পাইছা মই কি কৈছো বহুত মিক্স হৈ গৈছে বস্তুটো মানে কিবা কিবি হ'ব তথাপি নাইচলি প্ৰেজেণ্টেড থ্যাংকস ফৰ দিছ স্যাৰ বেষ্ট অফ এনি সাজেশন ফ্ৰম
State two poets, you refer to storytelling, কিন্তু তুমি লৈ আছা poem, এই বস্তুখিনি অকমান চাব লাগিব research area methodology.
Thank you. I'll take care of this point.
Thank you, Himasri Sharma. So here is an announcement. Since it is already crossing 1 p.m., so this is time for lunch break. So our distinguished guest, faculty members, esteemed delegates, and the members present in the house, please proceed to the canteen for having your lunch. So we will meet again at 2:15 here in this conference hall, and we will continue the remaining presentations here. 8 presentations. Yes.
কাগজৰ লগত হেৰি চিনি নাপায় তেখেতৰ ঘৰ আপুনি দিলে কাৰণে মই চিনি পাওঁ এইজন এক্টাৰ আকৌ কোনোবা এজন হা মই যাব গৈছো তাতে দুজন আছে তেওঁ ৰিচাৰ্চ পাৰ্চন আছে বা চেয়াৰপাৰ্চন হিচাপে আহিছে হয় নাই ইয়াত যে পঢ়ি আছিলে আপুনি দেখিছে এক্টাৰ কোনোবা নহয় নহয় তেওঁৰ নামটো ৰ'ব দেই কৃষ্ণমোহন চন্দ্ৰমোহন সেই হেৰি এইটো নেক্সট ছেশ্যনৰ নেক্সট ফিজিকেল ছেশ্যনৰ ৰিচৰ্চ পাৰ্চন নেক্সট ন
গতিকে কৰিব এতিয়া মই তাই বোলো ইয়াতে হ'ব অকণমান তাইক মই চাই মেলি পেলাই যাম নেকি তাইক কৈছিলো মই এইটো ছেশ্যনত থাকিবলৈ ক'ত বা গ'ল আইডিয়াটো পালে একদম ভয় কৰি আছে তোৰ নকওঁৱে জানা তই নকওঁৱে দিলে মানে মোৰো কি দৰকাৰ পৰিছে মোৰহে মানে মৰ্তা পৰি প্ৰথমতে সিও কৈছে এইখন খালী আছে নে অকণ মানুহখিনি খাই লওঁ মানুহখিনি খাই লওঁ
আচ্ছা আপুনি প্ৰেজেন্ট নকৰে আপোনাৰ মানে কোনোবা আছে নাই আপোনাৰ লগৰ আছে নাই নকৰে
পংকজ গোস্বামী মনত মোৰ পেপাৰ আছে নেকি বোলো আপুনি নাহে যদি মই নাম নামাতো বোলো দেই বোলে হ'ব হ'ব দিয়া
চব ঘণ্টা কৰি সেইটো হয় কথাটো হয়
খাই নহয় কেনে সুস্মিতা মই অকণমান দেৰি আছো যোৱা পিটিকে খাই আৰম্ভ কৰিব লাগিব ন মই আছো যোৱা
কোনোবা এজন থাকিলে
হ'ব যাব সুস্মিতা মই তোমাৰ লগতে যাওঁ
কম্পিউটাৰটো মানে বাকী কোনোবা এজন থাকিলে আমি
এইফালে আছে নেকি কি কালাৰ আছিলে চাৰ্জাৰডালটো লাগে হৈ যাব এতিয়া মোৰ ইয়াৰ পৰা এইটো এইটোতো অপেন হৈ আছে কি কৰিছো চেমিনাৰ চলি আছে ৰাতিপুৱা ফটককে ওলাই গুচি আহিলো কালি ৰাতি 2:30 মানত শুইছোহে তাৰপৰা আকৌ আহিলো খানা চানা খালো বাৰু এতিয়া আকৌ চেচন চলি আছে আমি মানে মই নাই পতা নহয় আমি লাগিহে দিছো মানে মই কমিটিত আছো এই টিচাৰ্ছ ইউনিটে আমাৰ কিহৰ ওপৰত সাষ্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেণ্টৰ ৰবাতে একমিনিট মই কনভেট কৰি আছো সব ইয়াতে পাবা লাগে তাৰ প্ৰেজেন্টেশ্যনটো লাগে সব ইয়াত আছে সব সৰ্টেড এইবোৰ সব নহয় কবিতা মেমৰ কম আছে ইয়াতে আছে ডাউনলোড কৰা আছে দিলে মই মাত্ৰ আগতে মেইল কিবা কাৰেকশ্যন আছে এতিয়া দিছে এই মাত্ৰাতে ইলেকশ্যন মই পঠিয়ালো মেইল কৰি দিয়ে সেউজ আপিৰটো ডাউনলোড কৰি দিবা ডাউনলোড কৰি পেলাই ক'ত থম ইয়াতে ICSD তাতে থৈ দিবা তুমি কাম লও ৰ'ব গৈছো ৰ'ব বস্তুটাৰ বেগত নাই Would you have some? Yeah. Would you eat some? Would you eat some? Well, so actually, I have forward some related. Okay. We spoke about we actually searched for the bus. You take your time. You got the easy. Yeah, it's okay. Take your time. I'll talk to you. Wow. Huh? পাছত চাইছা ব্ৰেকফাষ্টটো খোলাই নাই ৰবা ক'ব কোৱাটো জৰুৰী নহ'লে কিবা এটা কাম কৰোঁ হ'ব ব্ৰেকফাষ্টটো
Debra. Ulay berat. Only already some I went down. Just to 5 minutes. Okay.
Sir, sir, you not directly in person. So what she was having to do about and then from we get available. Yeah. It'll take you, so if you left your cars at around 7 you'll be there at morning 5 yeah, almost. Yeah. There are buses. In red bus. No, this via Dibrugarh. Direct buses are not available. We also call the transport walk. Yeah, while going to Rocky, we walk. No, go put this side. This Petition. Petition. Gopur you want? Gopur is not people. Like I'm not able to figure out the way of the buses with red bus. It is right? So now I'm not able to figure out whether it goes to PH2 or to Dibru. Because both ways you can be favorable. Also, because you did 2.5 or 3 hours more than We'll drop to you. You have to compare this situation. Yeah. stressed about something. Are you stressed about something, sir? এটা গুগল স্লাইডছত পেজ কৰি থোৱা আছে, গুগল স্লাইডছত প্ৰেজেন্ট কৰিব পাৰিছো।
నీ ఆధార్ కార్డు దాన్ని అటాచ్ చేయి నీ పేరు రాసుకోదండి చదివితే
Good afternoon. Welcome you again to the technical session 1 of the international conference. We are continuing the technical session 1 after the lunch break. Our presenter is Priyanka Barooah. Please come forward.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here, respected delegates and fellow participants. My name is Priyanka Barooah, a PhD scholar from Assam Agriculture University. I am here to deliver my review paper on promoting sustainable tourism through indigenous cultural heritage insights from Northeast India. So, the review mainly explores how indigenous cultural heritage contributes to sustainable tourism while supporting community development and livelihood enhancement in Northeast India. So Northeast India is rich in cultural heritage, diverse ethnic communities, traditional knowledge system, handicraft food system, and unique food cultures. According to UNESCO, indigenous cultural heritage are expression, practice, skills, knowledge which are passed from one generation to another. Cultural heritage are not merely are used to preserve identity and tradition, but also serve as a valuable resource for tourism development and livelihood enhancement, which led the way for economic development. With increasing interest in authentic travel experiences, it has become a significant attraction for tourists. Thus, understanding its role is very important. The objectives of my review papers are to explore indigenous cultural heritage in Northeast India, to examine its role in sustainable tourism and community development, to identify challenges and suggest preservation strategies. So, coming to the key role of cultural heritage, literature shows that indigenous cultural heritage plays an important role in promoting sustainable tourism. Right from heritage-based activities, which are very good opportunities for livelihood enhancement, local entrepreneurship, and community empowerment. researchers have highlighted that community participation is essential because people are the custodians of cultural heritage. So they are the preservers of cultural heritage. So it's very important for us to preserve the cultural heritage because it have many essential resource activities such as livelihood enhancement. They can promote local entrepreneurship, and also as a whole they can lead to community empowerment and overall holistic development of the community. Then when community actively participate in tourism activity, they can gain economic benefits. Cultural heritage serve as a bridge between tourism development and community well-being. So these are the key insights from literature review. So many researchers have found that have done the research on cultural and sustainable development, community participation in tourism, then indigenous knowledge and sustainability, cultural heritage and tourism development, Northeast India heritage and livelihoods, living heritage and community resilience. So these are the existing literature where researchers have found that the studies highlights cultural participation, livelihood, but limited attention has been given to integrating indigenous cultural heritage with sustainable tourism and community development in Northern India. Then coming to the methodology part, I have done systematic literature review, where in the stage 1, I have collected some literature and review studies from academic database, government portals, institutional repositories, and international reports such as UNESCO, UNDP, and World Bank. Then coming to the stage 2, I have used many keywords such as community participation, sustainable tourism, indigenous heritage, and in the selection criteria, I have included peer-reviewed articles, policy documents, and appropriate content, specific date ranges, and the preferred language was English. The many types were used, such as exploratory studies and case studies. So these collected literatures were systematically and thematically analyzed to understand the role of indigenous cultural heritage in community participation, livelihood enhancement, and sustainable tourism in Northeast India. So each state possesses its own distinct cultural heritage. Like these are expressed in terms of festivals, in terms of traditional attire, or music and food traditions. So these are the cultural heritage which help in attracting tourists, generating livelihoods, and as a whole promoting sustainable tourism development. Because cultural heritage such as handloom practices, handicrafts, or artisan activities, they are some of the income generating activities which help the people to enhance their livelihood by getting market access or enhancing their skills by promoting sustainable tourism. So role of indigenous cultural heritage in community development and sustainable tourism. Based on the reviewed literature, indigenous cultural heritage contribute to community development and sustainable tourism in several ways. So first is the livelihood enhancement. So diverse income through cultural enterprises and skills can be seen in cultural heritage, because for women, women basically are involved with handloom activities. So if they use this as a income generating activity, so then their decision making power or their participation in market access can enhance. So ultimately it will develop their decision making skills or develop their livelihood. Then coming to the community participation and social capital, it strengthens social bonds, corporate and collective action. Then preservation and transmission of knowledge. So preservation of this cultural heritage is very important because it plays a very valuable resource for promoting sustainable tourism. Then cultural inclusion and cultural identity. It reinforces identify values, pride, and cultural cohesion. Coming to the outcomes of sustainable tourism. So this cultural heritage helps in community participation, which in turn helps in the sustainable tourism. So these are the outcomes of sustainable tourism. First is the economic benefit. It increases incomes, local business and investment. It also promotes rural entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, and also women entrepreneurships. Then social cultural benefits, which include cultural pride, social cohesion, and community well-being. Then coming to the environmental benefits, it helps in conservation of natural resources and sustainable practices. Then it as a whole help in inclusive development of the community. Then these are the major findings of my review paper. First is indigenous cultural heritage supports sustainable development. It helps in livelihood opportunities based on heritage-based activities. Then women participation supports economic empowerment. They enhance their decision-making power. As a whole, They help in the economic development of a community. Cultural preservation encourages knowledge transmission. Then community-led approaches promote sustainable tourism outcomes. Though cultural heritage have some advantages, they also contain some challenges. For example, erosion of traditional knowledge, declining youth participation, commercialization, and cultural commodification, inadequate documentation, limited institutional and policy support, and market constraints. These are the strategies for preserving indigenous cultural heritage. Community participation can be considered, and education and awareness can be given, policy and institutional supports can be given, and promotion and celebration can be take a major part. Coming to the conclusion of my presentation, so indigenous cultural heritage is a strategic community asset which can be used for livelihood enhancement, which can be used for promoting tourism development, and in turn it will help in economic enhancement of the community. So as UNESCO says, heritage is our legacy from the past, what we live with today and what we pass on to the future. So with this quote, I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Vora, for your presentation. Nicely presented here. The slide is very good. But same thing is that this general topic, completely general idea, community participation is always there. What is you have to say? Like কি ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছে আচলতে there is a tourism manager, tourism, various sector of tourism are there. Fields are there. What type of tourism field you can include in your total? The diverse field.
Yes.
আপনি এটা topic লওক. Then horn, you're taking a hornbill view. Culture is there, food practice is there, tourism is a variety section as well. আপনি এটা বস্তু লগা হেতুকে ডেভেলপ কৰক। এইখন মানে এটা জাং general.
Actually, this is a review paper, and since I am not from tourism department, so I'm mainly focusing on community enhancement and.
No, but our topic is that sustainable development.
Yes.
How Bihu dance take the sustainable development. We take this. The diverse fields are there into it. Paper is a diverse field. It's general topic.
Okay, I'll take note of it.
Not specific findings.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyanka Barooah. Our next presenter is Nidam Nayan Gupta.
Please one aside. Our to be not.
Hello. Good afternoon. I am Nilagnan Gupta from PG Second Sem, Jagannath Barooah University, Department of English. So today my topic is the authentic voices of the deep, conservation of rivers and tributaries in Assam and the neighboring states, mainly focusing on the areas of Brahmaputra and Barak Valley in Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. So coming into the introductory part, let us look at the ecological and cultural lifelines. So the main focus point is where I focus in this paper, the rivers of Northeast India. Northeast India hosts an exceptional range of river biodiversity, as we all know. The Brahmaputra and Barak Valley river systems are vital to sustaining regional ecological equilibrium. These waterways support countless indigenous communities, traditional livelihoods, and cultural histories. So here, the key threat profile: unrelated deforestation along upper catchments, intense riverbank erosion, sand mining, urbanization, microclimate shifts. These particular factors are affecting the river valleys and the whole system at a major level. So, moving on. Let us look at the objectives. I focused on literary focus, which basically examines the representation of rivers, river basins in primary literature and eco-poetry. I have taken the help of several poets, which we'll be seeing later. Ecosophy link. The next is exploring intrinsic connections between biodiversity patterns and indigenous culture. Next point is advocacy. Advocating for modernized, highly inclusive, local riverine ecosystem protection policies, so that we ensure the perfect protection of all the biodiversity available in the Northeast region. Flora protection, very similar, but then again, it is to promote active conservation of threatened flora along, for example, along agarwood,